Alright, good evening everybody. Yeah, welcome to a surprise stream, I guess. It's not going to be the replacement stream for Sunday, but I had a couple of hours this evening. I'm not gonna do any editing in the Saturday evening hours. Editing is a weekday kind of thing. If I stream in the weekends and I edit during the weekdays, and if I switch around in the weekend as well, I just lose all the storyline, the train of thought. So I have a couple hours. The design is almost finished, so before I lose the complete picture yet again, thought might as well just stream tonight as well and finish the design so I can stop thinking about it, and I don't need to keep this in my brain as well. And tomorrow, when we'll actually be going to Fulgora, we have a finished thing to build. That would be nice. And also, this is probably the last weekend I have unlimited internet access. So the coming weeks, I'll try to stream twice a week, but the streams will be like 4 hours again, 4 or 5 hours perhaps. Most of the time, unless I can find a connection somewhere. So let's round off the last stable internet weekend with a triple stream. We can find out today how much power this base will need. I just need to switch off the global network and put some power lines down, I suppose. I can just plaster the place with legendary substations and one of those infinity generators, and we can see. But given that we have a ton of space available, I think we should be able to fit enough accumulators to not even need to think about power generation. As long as there's enough lightning strikes to charge all the accumulators, that is. So we'll see about that. Professional streamer without internet. Man, life is rough in the van. When we're on the road, yeah. It's been working surprisingly decently. There's been problems, of course, with internet stability, but in general, it's surprisingly possible. Alright, so let's just continue. There's going to be a shorter stream, so I'm going to try to not get sidetracked in the intro already. So I did, after finishing the stream yesterday, for those of you who watched, I did just copy this design, clean it up a little bit, flip it on its head, and paste it down here as well. It fits entirely, only this part I had to bend around the corner where we get rid of the iron by recycling chests. We just need to hook up these belts, which come from the trains, with these 6 inputs, and it should work the same. Of course, we're gonna eventually flip the entire thing on its head. So this part is no longer necessary. Looks like I overestimated the space we will need to build everything, since these are just going to be some pretty long belts, which need to go all the way here as well. So it's not going to be the most aesthetically pleasing base, because the two halves are fairly disconnected. Could contemplate moving this entire structure, including the trains, to over here somewhere, but I don't think I'm gonna bother. It should be fairly easy though, although then the tracks get longer and some stations might need an extra train. There's always going to be some things, and we need some extra space to send future stuff to Aquilo and maybe to Norvis, so it's good to have some extra space available. I added one thing, so this looks a little bit different than yesterday. This is the same. This has been rotated. I changed the belt so that we use all of this. And also, this is new, this is interesting. This does trash either copper or plastic, whatever is in too high of a supply. So only plastics can get recycled on this side, and only copper can get recycled over here. As it turns out, recycling low density structures gives me 4 times as much copper as plastics, and that is approximately the ratio I need. The difference is, if I am sending stuff to Aquilo, I will have a I will get more batteries here, which means I need to make less batteries here, and I will be short on plastics because copper is not getting consumed. So then we'll be consuming copper. But if it's the other way around, then plastics is being overproduced as we are making more batteries here. And plastic is being overproduced. But it cannot be both. We are either overproducing plastics or copper, and this thing can do both. If we look at the production graph, look at that beautiful, like, irregular graph turning more regular over time. That's pretty funny. But at the moment, I have throttled science production to 900 SPM to simulate the actual situation, because we're going to get 900 SPM from the other side as well. We should be holmium limited, but we are not, because I'm sending the plates to Aquilo. This is planet Aquilo over here. So here we are putting the holmium plates in some infinity chest. If we stop doing that, then over a lot of time the holmium should start backing up instead of getting all consumed. It probably will take a little bit of time. The holmium plates are backing up now. Alright, here we go. It starts backing up because we are using less holmium to just make the signs. And the thing is, if we look at the scrap consumption, it is like 30k. 30k a minute. But that's only when we're sending holmium plates to Aquilo as well. As soon as this backs up, we are gonna drop to like 25k scrap a minute, which means we're also producing everything else in lesser quantities, including batteries, so we'll need to resupply more batteries. That is the story I just told with the stuff over here. Either or. So now it's copper which is constantly being recycled, but as soon as this holmium ore backs up all the way, can I speed up more? I can. We'll let that run in the background a bit. And that will flip this thing around. So, small detail, but pretty sweet. Can I just manually throw some more holmium on that belt to speed it up? We can see it's backing up. Over time. Let's speed it along a little. Right. So now it will back up all the way to here, and that means the holmium ore will be clogging up the progress of the other belts in here pretty soon. There we go. So now these belts are not running all the time because there's no space for holmium. That is intended. I want to switch off the factory if we are not producing signs, and not consuming or trashing the holmium is the way to switch the entire factory off, right? Now we're gonna be backing up partially. So these belts will be stuttering a little bit. This probably will be a little bit later. Let's forward time a bit more. So now these belts are stuttering a lot. That should not be a problem because we are trashing everything. We are just trashing less now. So theoretically I could stop the entire production, and everything should unclog itself once we start consuming signs again. Okay, now we're looking at the scrap graph. It's gonna take a little bit of time to go down because the recyclers are just hungry. But yeah, these will back up after some point. Or at least some of them will. And then yeah, here we can see the scrap production graph is falling. You can also see it in the 1 hour. So now we're not sending holmium to Aquilo. And we're dropping to like 25k scrap a minute, which is a sizable difference. I mean, we're not going to be sending all that holmium to Aquilo, most likely, but I just erred on the safe side a bit. Alright, something went wrong. Alright, we are full of signs. So nothing went wrong, just and everything backed up. Okay, this is a great moment to test if everything will unclog. I guess we can also send the trains to go back to the mining station. Wait for these to also just fully back up. Send it, send it, send it, send it, send it, send it. Alright, and I stopped the trains, the scrap stuff here already, so we should see 0. Nothing is being produced or consumed in the entire on the entire planet now. Right, moment of truth. We're gonna start up science production again by doing this. And everything should slowly start moving again here. I guess we'll just fast forward and see if everything starts flowing unrestricted again. Let's also add back the Aquilo simulator. So we're actually going to be consuming all the holmium ore that's on the planet. Alright, it's looking good. We see the holmium belt over here is getting consumed again. So the holmium is getting consumed faster than it is produced because of the Aquilo plate simulator. Over the wildly overestimated Aquilo plate simulator. I think it will stay backed up even if we send plates to Aquilo. Maybe should check that before I just think that's the case and it's not the case or something. Could be dangerous. Why is this wagon empty before that one? I guess these are still unclogging. Alright, it does seem to have unclogged itself. Back to producing 900 SPM. And scrap production and consumption is going back up again as well. So that seems to be alright. I do remember making an estimation about how much holmium plates we will need on Aquilo. I don't think it's going to be more than 200. And what I'm simulating here is basically 8 per second from one side of the base. So 4 per second, that's 240 a minute. No. It will be 16 a second. Okay, yeah, I'm probably, this is too much by a factor of 8 or so. The amount of holmium plates that are gonna be sent to Aquilo over here. Can I take a look at the Aquilo science pack? It was not a lot. So, okay, we need 1800 science packs. For that we need 1 lithium plate. It's made in a cryogenic plant, so that's potentially 128% productivity bonus. Let's apply that. So we only need... wait a second. We only need 789 lithium plates as ingredients. I think the fluid was free. And now we need to make the fluid. How does the fluid work? Make hot fluid. We need fluorine, more lithium, ammonia. Okay, this also requires lithium. 5 lithium from 1 holmium plate, and that becomes fluid. That becomes 250 hot fluid. The science consumes half of it. That's a small amount. I think the other lithium is... This is a way bigger part of the picture. It's 1 lithium to make 1 plate, to make 1 science pack, right? Yeah, 1 lithium plate makes 1 science pack. We need 789 lithium plates. It's also made in a cryogenic plant, so we need only 348 lithium. Lithium is made in a... It's also made in a cryogenic plant. I think that's how I got the figure, perhaps. It might be a little bit more than, but I think the order of magnitude is about right. We can do it. I'm gonna switch this off for now. So holmium will remain backed up. Can handle extremely low temperatures, yet needs to be heated to work. Hey, thanks. I like number of the stream, yeah. I started using like and a half because these are design streams, not really part of the main storyline. But that got out of hand a bit now. Don't really know what to name the stream anymore. I should have just kept on counting. Alright. So basically what we did yesterday, it is working. But, there's always a but. We are still like trashing a bunch of stuff. Let's take a look on this side. We have a lot of free space over here. This is basically all free area. Here we have a little bit of space, so if we design the rest of it in this section over here, means I should be able to copy paste it on this section over here easily. So that's what we're gonna do. I don't think I'll be needing this curated copy paste anymore. And then this can be for other purposes later on or something. So that is then the idea. Let's first start with water. We are consuming the ice cubes to make water. We are just voiding the water in this infinity void pipe. So if we stop doing that, all these ice cubes will get recycled over here. But what we actually want to do is bring the water to where it needs to go. Don't think we'll be needing those anymore. Water needs to go to 2 locations. One is over here for the oil cracking. And I don't really have a lot of space anymore to bring that through. I could move these. We could move these to be on this side where the water is, and then just send the light oil here. I mean, there happens to be a small space over here, which could connect. We also need sulfuric acid infrastructure though, so maybe we'll put that around here. Yeah, let's do that first. We'll put in a sulfuric acid infrastructure over here, because that requires a ton of water. And once we have that, we can connect the water pipes through the rest of the build, instead of having to build it around the water pipes. Alright, so do we need to void anything else here? I'll just quickly go through all the components. We got the 4 things that are completely destroyed over here. Concrete, steel, copper cable and red chips. We need none of those for science. Component 5, ice cubes, is just used for water. The reds gets trashed already, so that's 5 out of 12. Component 6 is solid fuel. Solid fuel is only used to make rocket fuel, and we're doing that already. What we are not doing is trashing the solid fuel or the rocket fuel. It is faster to trash solid fuel. So now we're testing the science system, where we are holmium limited to, or where we are overproducing holmium for science, which clogs up the rest of the belt to the speed of science production. So this is intended. So that's 6 components. We do need to, let's make a checklist. Void solid fuel or rocket fuel. And as a sub goal of that, we need to store rocket fuel and blues and LDS. But that is for rocket parts. We need a storage area for that. Alright, so that's 6 of the 12 things. Iron is done as well. The iron gears, they all come in here. They all get trashed. The iron that we need, we send off to the left. I guess we should output priority to the left here, because this is all getting trashed. Or is it? No, it's not. We're actually sending this off to... Where is this going? Ah, batteries, accumulators. Right. So that needs to go there then. We don't need this splitter. Alright, so that's all the iron. We don't need to void the iron further, because we're voiding all the iron here already. So there is no leftover iron here or at science. It all goes in here. So that's iron gear, 7 out of 12 complete. I think there's 4 ingredients left on this belt. So what is then ingredient number 8? It is stone, I think. Yeah, we're splitting off stone. Stone is still being voided, I think. Yeah, we are voiding it here illegally. So we do need a overflow for stone, which can void all the stone that is being produced. So void stone. Void stone. And then the 4 things that are left on this belt is holmium. We don't need to do anything about holmium. That leaves batteries. We don't need to do anything about batteries, because we have a shortage of batteries when we're making science. That leaves only 2 things. That's blue chips and low density structures. And we need to store those in a chest. So that storing is going to be separate, I suppose. We're going to start by voiding stone, then voiding solid fuel or rocket fuel. And I guess then we need to void the LDS whenever the storage chests are full, and void, even void blue chips, believe it or not. That's gotta hurt. That is going to hurt. So I guess we need the storage area first. And the rocket part for a Gleba silos. We need to make rocket parts for a Gleba. I guess I should put them on a different island, because we're going to be building here most likely, since it looks like that is going to require some infrastructure. And only when we don't need it anymore, we should void any surplus blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel. Because if we don't, the entire thing will back up. Yeah, the trains are fast enough, we tested that already. I don't even have any braking speed, they brake really slow, but they are going on rocket fuel. We need to make requester chests for rocket fuel. Logibot network for rocket fuel. Only for rocket fuel. If that is only for rocket fuel, I'll probably just try to belt it. But we'll see. Maybe I'll just have the trains go on solid fuel, because that is coming straight out of the scrap belt. We can literally just fuel the trains by having a filter inserter. Not even a filter inserter. We can just grab stuff like right here. And that'll do the trick. And something like that. Let's try that. Where is it? Alright, over here. So this train, let's just rotate this. We'll take the fuel. And this will just start inserting solid fuel straight off of the belt. I think that is the way to fuel the trains, really. If we are letting them drive on solid fuel, though, we need to retest the trains. To see if they're still fast enough. And if not, it's simple to solve. Some of these trains are fast enough to just go to the mine and come back. And when they're not fast enough, we need a waiting bay at the mining site. So that's going to be still fairly simple. That's actually a pretty funny way to fuel these trains. So I guess we'll just start doing it. Okay, no, we are making a checklist. Stop. Trains on solid fuel straight off the trash belt. Because why not? We're gonna start with that, that's fun. And we need to test if the trains still go fast enough. And then we don't need a logistics bot network for anything. So we can scrap that. Look, one checkpoint already checked by replacing it by another checkpoint. Check mark. Is that all? I think that's kind of all. I'm not gonna use it for power, but yeah, we're gonna just put it in the trains. Yeah, this is like one of those Godzilla versus King Kong movies. Like the Kraken versus I don't know. Yeah, versus Cthulhu. Kraken versus Cthulhu right here. That's what we should name this this monstrosity of a build. We should maybe like build a wall around the island so it gets like a white outline as well. That can then be the body or something. Yeah, the Mimod only takes wood. That is actually a problem for other planets. You will need to import wood to Fulgora to make your trains run. And you have to use trains as well. That's the... Oh god, that is cursed. I guess at some point I'll have to do a playthrough with the... just like a normal quick playthrough using the Mike Handy Memes mod and see how much my playstyle really hinders me. You could make it so... That's a bad idea. Okay, we don't have the nuclear fuel reactor on Norvis. But... Okay, that was not the intention. But you could make it so that the reactors require a biter base in the middle instead of that they boost the output of the plant. Yeah, I can't think of no other procrastinations. So I guess we'll start then. So let's solve the train fuel issue. We need to delete. Maybe I can make a deconstruction planner. Map view. Can I pick infinity chest? Yes. And this inserter. No. Not train. Alright, so those two things. Yes, that's only the chest. 2, 4, 6, 8, 12 pieces. That should be all. Alright, I guess we'll have to either... We'll have to manually remove the... Oh god, there's a lot of trains. And we can control click rocket fuel out of there. If I set rocket fuel in my inventory, this train is gonna run out of fuel. Alright, so we first gotta do the fueling. And we do have power lines here. It would be cool if these beacons could move a little. I guess they won't. So we're gonna need to put extra power lines out then. Okay, this is symmetric, so I don't really want to mess with that. We'll just do this for now. Okay. I hope they'll put enough solid fuel in the train to make that work. Left of the beacon, right of the beacon. Okay, 34. Okay, I think that will work out fine. Alright, so we're fueling from the north. I guess we'll also do that on the other side. Got the chest here as well. 12 and 12. Are we fueling from the north here as well, or is this rotated? I think this is all rotated. Well, it comes out here, so we got a fuel from the south on this side. And I guess we'll switch these trains back on. Since we are pretty sure science works now, we are just voiding stuff, so hopefully these guys will burn through their 60 rocket fuel fairly fast. I am going to delete the rocket fuel out of the trains on this side though. We can do that fairly easily. Infinity filter, rocket fuel. I already have that somewhere here. Just set it to exactly 0 and it will disappear. I guess we should put solid fuel on there then, in case I manually want to fuel a train with something. Alright, so now I can simply take the fuel and it will not go in my inventory. Alright, and every time a new train comes in the station, we'll do that until I'm no longer grabbing rocket fuel. It doesn't really matter if I miss a train. Okay, I cannot keep up. Solid fuel, solid fuel, solid fuel, solid fuel, rocket fuel, solid fuel. Yeah, I'm only going to do this on this side. Okay, I'm caught up, I think. Okay, that one has solid fuel already. This one as well. There is 2 stations which have trains, which have 1 extra train there. Okay, this one. There might be only 1 over here. We got a waiting bay here and a waiting bay here, so it's the 2nd and 3rd train. That one has solid fuel already as well. Alright. I think that'll do. Let's see if we get messages of trains running out of fuel at any one point. If it doesn't happen in the beginning, then it won't happen at all, because it is harder to fuel the front than to fuel the back one over here, I think. Alright, switch to solid fuel, good. Train fueling with solid fuel. Nice. I didn't know I was going to do that, but that's nice. Yeah, power pole mic is yeah, that's for future mic, yeah. We'll see if we have time over at the end of the stream, I'll do it, but I'm not gonna hang myself to do that. Alright. That means we got the first check mark already. We earned that fair and square. Trains on solid fuel. We need to void stone next. Then we need to store rocket fuel and blues and LDS. And then we need to rocket parts and stuff. Yeah, okay, that can just stay like that. Okay, voiding stone, voiding stone. Worst case scenario, we are processing 30,000 scrap per minute. And 4% of that is stone. Here we go again. Which means 1200 stone a minute. Which means 20 stone a second. So if we void 20 stone a second, we should be fine. Did we not void stone already? I think we can make it into landfill. I already void stone. What am I talking about? That's a free check mark right there. For now we haven't voided any stone yet though. Do we have enough stone? Don't tell me stone is gonna be the bottleneck. What the heck? Why is the stone belt not backed up? These two voiders also didn't have the recipe set on them, which means no stone has gotten on there just yet. I'm voiding stone, am I not? Yeah, I'm voiding stone. You can stop voiding stone. That is probably the entire reason that belt is not backed up, because I'm just voiding it. Let's go. Full speed. There we go. Alright, and we are voiding stone. This is not a proper balancer, but with near side of the belt priority, that is going to keep this belt appearing to be full instead of only one side to be full. And that's going to back up all the way as well. And we're voiding stone. Alright. Well, that was the quickest check mark of the evening, because I already did it. So I guess the only thing we need to worry about now is rocket parts and a storage area for Gleba. So I guess we actually need to take a look at what Gleba is doing, which means we need to save. Stone was already being voided. So let's take a quick look at the end of stream save from last Sunday. Yeah, I'm trying to use more text over like supplements. I have a tendency to want to tell everything in a voice. With my voice in the videos, but I'm trying to learn to say more by actually just showing what's going on, and also just having text supplements which are not necessary, which like if they are too in-depth of details, I should consider using more text overs which can be paused on instead of having to say it out for like half a minute and needing to find matching footage. That could also really speed up the editing process. Stone voiding looks very cramped from a power pole perspective. Yeah, actually it does, but we already checked that a rare power pole could reach there from the north side, I think. So outside of the setup. Alright, here's Gleba. We also have a natural nuclear reactor here because we've got 300 fish in the middle. Don't think that we are not doing that. Only natural nuclear reactors shall be placed in this world. I wonder how we're gonna do that on Aquilo. Actually, we can bring fish over to Aquilo, so that's not a problem. This is the one on Novice. A biter-powered nuclear reactor. Extra sharp fuel cells by that worm acid. What did we come here for again? We came here to look at the rocket launches. I didn't need to come here, I just wanted to show off my Gleba world apparently. So yeah, I don't need to come here. What do I need to do? It is fairly easy. We produce 1800. No, we don't produce 1800 science packs a minute. Let's take worst case scenario. 2600 science packs a minute is our production here. So that basically means we need to launch 2.6 rockets per minute. .6 rockets a minute times 50 rocket parts is 130 rocket parts a minute. But we have productivity 36%. So we divide by 1.36 to get 96 rocket parts a minute. So let's say 100 rocket parts a minute. And that should be good. Do we need to send any other Gleba stuff later on, like carbon fiber? I think is made here. It is used in quantum processors, but it's part of Prometheum science, so that's post-end game. Or in other words, I don't need to worry about it. And if I do, then by that time we'll just stuff Mark III productivity modules in here, and then we're saving 26 rocket parts a minute, which we can then use to send carbon fiber over to Aquilo. So we're going to go with 100 rocket parts a minute. That is what we need to send to Gleba. And we also need to have extra rocket parts to load those rocket parts onto a rocket and launch them up from Gleba. So we need to not forget about that part. So yeah, let's go back to the test world. What's the end game for this? Oh, we could reach the shattered planet. We don't need any Prometheum science for that. So why not? I did it in my first playthrough as well. And that was before the railgun fix, which probably most people already don't remember, but railguns were very, very bugged and unreliable back then. I don't know if anything changed to the Shattered Planet. I don't think they made any changes. But yeah, it was an interesting journey with a very fitting end result, I suppose. The planet was shattered indeed. Let's keep it at that. Alright, so now we are worrying about these 3 belts and these 3 belts only. The rest has all been taken care of as far as I know. So it's time to design a rocket silo area which needs to send rocket parts to Gleba. So we need to launch 100 rocket parts per minute per type. So that's basically 1 rocket per minute for rocket fuel, because that has a rocket capacity of 100. So if you look at 6-minute intervals, because that's the common denominator, we need every 6 minutes we need 6 rockets with rocket fuel. Then we need 3 rockets with low density structures, because the stack size is 200, and 2 rockets with blue chips. So 2 plus 3 plus 6 is 11 rockets per 6 minutes. I think the easiest way is to just make 1 rocket silo per thing we want to send, especially if we don't go with bots. So 1, 2, 3. Stuff in the productivity modules which we have. I did not upgrade to Mark III because we don't need to. Or do I upgrade to Mark III? I don't know yet. I think we should decide right about soon what we're gonna do. I guess we can simulate this. Alright, so we either have to have a ship flying frequently between Gleba and Fulgora. We have a ship which can do that. It is there's a single distance, so the same distance between Novis and Fulgora, just 15,000 kilometers. And we don't need to make a round trip every 6 minutes. We can do it every 12 minutes, for instance, and just bring double the amount. I didn't do anything, but I'll just take a look. It's a little bit annoying that the actual world is not here, but that is the reason why we can speed this up 20 times. Are you planning to use the new splitter? I haven't even looked at it yet. I didn't update the game yet, which has the splitter logic on there. And I don't think I will. I think I'm going to finish it on the current version. That sounds like it can change a lot and bring a lot of options. And since I'm playing even without circuit network this playthrough, adding the circuit logic to the splitter doesn't really seem to fit thematically into the weird extra challenges that I keep adding on top for no reason at all. So I don't think we're gonna be adding those. Ship. We got the Bringer of Independence with nuclear power on board, which is probably recommendable against asteroids if we want to fly between Gleba and Fulgora, because those two planets both have less solar in space than Novis even. So currently this ship flies between Novis and Gleba. But between Gleba and Fulgora there is even less solar. So we might just build a copy of this guy. You know, this is completely unnecessary, but we can make an exact copy. We have 3 colors of belts on this ship. It's almost like it's meant for that. We can put those 3 items on the belt. This might be a bit too much. We can have 10,000 items in total on the belt, and we're looking at sending like 600. But why not? Guess I make sure the rocket fuel is on the outside, because we need no, we don't need the most of that, actually. I don't know why it needs to be an outside. It's the easiest to make, perhaps. Then the belt section will be useful. The ship doesn't have a ton of storage. It has enough storage to take a couple thousand things. We can easily do double of this. Alright, I'm not sure I will end up using it, because this ship, which does the science transport, also already brings the stuff from Novis. We need to spend oil and resources to make it on Novis though, which is straining Novis a little bit, especially since we're on the verge of redesigning yellow science to produce 1800 signs a minute as well over here instead of over here. So, not sure what to do with that. I think we need to move it to Fulgora. It's free, and we actually need to actively get rid of the stuff if we don't use it. So I think just adding a spaceship is probably the best thing to do. This nuclear power thing is probably also the best thing to do. We do need to fly a triangle down, where we fly to Gleba, bring the stuff, fly to Fulgora, to load the stuff, fly to Gleba to deliver the stuff. And then we just go by Norvies to pick up nuclear fuel cells, I suppose. Just to fuel the ship. I guess we can do an interrupt. We could do an interrupt to only come back for fuel cells if we need to, but it's the same. We can just add a schedule and let it fly triangles, because we need to be sure it can fly the triangle in the time it needs to do it. And if you do it via interrupt and it flies only once every 200 flights, that could suddenly be a bottleneck 70 hours later, when you have a tiny dip in your science graph because the ship suddenly took a different route. So sure, we'll do it with that ship. That means we can load an arbitrary amount of stuff on there, and we can look what flight time the ship needs to get all the stuff on the ship, bring it over to Gleba. I think the limiting factor is probably going to be the rocket silo size or the landing pad size at Gleba. We need to put stuff in there. It only fits a limited amount of stuff. And then we need to fly that triangle and be back with the stuff before the landing pad on Gleba is empty of rocket parts. So I guess we need to know how many rocket parts fit in the Gleba base. How does the spore cloud look on Gleba? Yeah, that's the reason why I really loaded Gleba. So yeah, of course. Let's look at that. And then I'll forget what I actually came for. Pretty decent. We haven't really progressed time, so I cannot really check if anything interesting happened with the expansion chunks. We had an expansion over here. Yeah, this is not enough time has passed since the last time we checked. But the spore cloud is laughably tiny. Even though I built my base like 700-800 tiles away from spawn. We had the entire area is like 2000 by 2000, which we cleared from biters. So looks like Gleba is going to be good as well. What did I come here for? I came here to look at the silo. There's not too much space in there, but we don't need anything else in here except for rocket parts. And a stack of fuel cells perhaps. So why don't we have a stack of fuel cells in here? Okay, why does this have 3000 seconds passed as a prerequisite? That must be from myself. I gotta remember to delete that. Let me make a note, because that is something which could bite me in the behind at some point. Make zip tie deluxe schedule fix, delete 3000 seconds. That's one of the things I need to do tomorrow. So if this is gone, the ship will just go bring fuel cells to Gleba. That will be a very long time before that goes wrong. But still, if it's not automated, it will go wrong at some point. See, any other questions? Gleba science delivery is, yeah, it is optimized for direct flight. We prepare the signs in 11 silos here, one by one. Okay. So now we just need to load up the last one over here. And after that one's full, the rest will just go in the trash and be burnt eventually. So we should have a launch pretty soon. Let's watch the launch. Launches are nice. So this is pretty well timed. There goes the rocket. So we don't need the full 2600 SPM because we are we can get the signs on Norvies fresher than we anticipated, or fresher than the minimum amount we needed, which was 69%. So that ship also brings over the rocket parts at the moment. We have 11 cargo hatches. I cannibalized my nuclear plant to fit 2 extra of those, so we can actually receive 11 rockets worth of signs in one go, and it immediately flies off again. And on Norvies, we drop off all the signs. All the stuff which we need from Norvies is launched immediately from dedicated silos as well. It can be launched from these silos as well, but we have a dedicated area in case the other one is busy. This only sends stuff to Gleba. And if it sends from here, we have buffer chests next to the silos, so the rockets get instantly loaded as well. The ship is constantly flying. So that is in order. I still did not really look what we have over here. I guess we can extend it. It's not that we cannot extend it. Currently though we have 280 storage slots. Divide as 1, 2, 5, I suppose. So 1, 2, and 5 is 7. 7 lines. 70 slots. We have 280. So that's 4 sets, which is basically 4,000 of each ingredient. Okay, 4,000 is a large amount if we need to bring 600 items per 6 minutes. Alright, so we don't even need to make this larger. It is fine as it is. We go back. Can we also look at the signs not? Next load. Alright, so I guess we want a storage area for rocket parts as well. We want to prioritize rocket parts going to over here, because if we do otherwise, we don't want the entire storage area to fill up and then this to be starved of rocket parts. This is not going to get a storage area, so that will just backfill pretty quickly. And then the rest can go in the storage area. And so the rocket launched. We do need a little bit faster silos than 0.27 rocket parts a second, I think. That takes 3 minutes to make a rocket. That is good enough for low density structures and blue chips, with 2 launches per 6 minutes. But not for rocket fuel, that needs to launch 5 times. Maybe we just use this design because it looks nice. Oh, right. We do need to use bots. We cannot not use bots, because the only way to load low density blue chips and rocket fuel on the rocket inventory is by bots. You cannot do these 3 things in here with inserters. So we need a tiny logistics network to feed those. Alright, so be it. I think these are going to be used for Aquilo or something. That's a nice corner as well. So we're gonna need logistics chests, at least. I probably want a large amount. How am I gonna design this even? Let's take this, we'll copy this. 3 times. We don't need the signs inserters. Or the signs belts. What we do need is this then. Things are coming in on their own belt, so they are not joined at the moment, so we don't need to make them joined. So that could be the loading part. Okay, so actually that means we are not doing one silo per type, since the bots are gonna use, they are not gonna care how we want it, they are just gonna load the rockets. Which means I just need to count the total amount of rockets which I need, which was 11 and 12 minutes. So we're gonna say it's 1 per minute basically. So we can use that area in the bottom then. Let's use that area, because I'm not sure how I'll be using it with Aquilo. If we just need to send holmium plates to Aquilo, we might as well just plop a rocket silo right here and send that to Aquilo, for instance. Alright, so let's use this. It does fit in here. We'll just let that end over there, something like that. Oh, I want a window. I want a window on this one as well, so I guess I'll do this. So that's going to be rocket parts. I want to respect the scrap, so we'll go around that. We also need to have a logistics area and some bots which can load the rockets. It doesn't need to be a lot, but I guess we'll use rare roboports. I guess 4 should technically be enough. And I guess we need another one of these to load everything into chests. But this time with output priority to the silos. Only the overflow goes in the chest. This one is rocket fuel. Low density structures and blue chips. I guess we don't need a super large amount, but let's see what we can come up with. So technically blue chips needs 4 chests and low density 8. And rocket fuel would need 20 if we follow that ratio. It's gonna be logistics chests, but let's just hold it like that. That could be low density structures. And this needs 5 units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, it fits. Somehow it fits exactly. How is that possible? I guess we kinda wanna chain it everywhere. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is the extra one. This is perfect. Let's change it to storage. This one is going to be blue chips. I'm going to filter them. So if I walk around with stuff in my trash slots, the bots are not going to steal it from me because there will be no space to leave anything. And that's a balanced. That's going to be a balanced amount of inventory. Power lines will fit here, I think. Guess we can plop them down. Okay, we cannot make a straight one. So I'll have to... Okay, there, one fits over there. I guess we'll just do that one there. That should do it. Now, what's the chest and inserter next to the rockets for? That's a good question. Where did I copy this from? Ah, okay, I remember now. That's so I could empty the rocket remotely if I needed to. Empty the belt remotely. We just flip this, activate it, and I could draw empty the belt. We won't need to do that over there. some sort of weird remote management operation. Alright. So can we go here? Would be nice. Yes, exactly correct. So rocket parts will go down here. We'll connect the belts later because we also need this side to be active before we can really make the intersections. I will have to redo this when the other side joins as well anyway, so it is what it is. I throttled science production to 900, by the way, just by adding a single yellow belt over here. The throughput limit of the belt is 900 signs per minute, which means production is limited to 900 signs a minute. Alright, so that is the rocket silos for Gleba done, I suppose. We still need the spaceship, but we're gonna have to do that in the game. It's just probably gonna be a copy of the other one. Because it's probably more efficient to just copy an oversized spaceship with more tasks on board than it needs to do, than just to spend a lot of time designing a ship which can do the same thing but smaller. Except now we need to design it from scratch, so that is, yeah. Alright, so that is both the storage and the rocket parts. Now we just need to void the solid fuel or rocket fuel. And the blue chips and low density structures, and that will be all. No, that's not true. I forgot we need to make the fluids. The fluids, we connect all fluids. Connect fluids. And sulfuric acid. We're not making sulfuric acid yet. We have to do that first. Sulfuric acid. That one we can give a nice tag. And water. Then just void everything. Right? So we don't actually need to connect that, but I think I just will, just for fun. This needs to be redone anyway. So we might as well bring it in. Rocket fuel needs to go on the top belt here. So on the bottom belt if it comes in from here. And blue chips on the top. Blue chips on the top, rocket fuel on the bottom. So. Let's do everybody's favorite type of splitter. Not sure exactly how they're gonna come in. It could be like that. And we still need to void any... That's what we're gonna be working on pretty soon. If there's no space in the on Gleba or in the storage chests over here, we need to void the rest. That we still need to do practically. But theoretically it's there already. Right. Let's just quickly check I'm not spawning in fluids anywhere else. Concrete, no hazard concrete. Concrete we get. Steel, red chips doesn't require fluids. Here, stone, low density structures, thrashing. So we have ice cubes, we need sulfuric acid for these batteries. Okay, now we get to the true horrors of Fulgora. We don't have oil liquefaction, we don't have oil processing, we don't have coal liquefaction. We only have heavy oil, and that's the furthest away imaginable from sulfuric acid. So we need to make sulfuric acid, which means we need to make sulfur. Normally you make that from petroleum gas, but this time we don't have petroleum gas, so we need to crack light oil into petroleum gas. But we don't have light oil, so we need to crack heavy oil into light oil. And then of course we need to make water from the ice cubes, which we already did. So it's a simple 4-step process. Now the only thing that remains to do is really figure out what quantities we need. At maximum speed this devours about 130 sulfuric acid. Um, 130 sulfuric acid a second, and this produces 80. That's a lot. A famous YouTuber once said, you know it's a real run when you need 2 sulfuric acid plants to supply your stuff. Looks like that's what we need. We do get to use a nice ratio of 4 sulfur plants to 2 sulfuric acid plants. That's normally not the ratio, it's 5, but not with productivity, it's not. Now we're producing 5.68 sulfuric acid or sulfur, and we need 5.59, so that's actually good. We also need iron plates, so we need to snatch a couple. I guess we'll have one of those with a filter on there, just to snatch a little bit of iron. For sulfuric acid. Looks like maybe something like this. Oh wait, we are next to the beacon now. We could be next to the beacon, except we need to fork in too much sulfur to actually do that. No, we're not gonna do that then. I do need the beacon for the batteries. Alright, we'll build it independently and just bring the iron out then. Sure. This produces 2.84 sulfur a second. Which means it's a 2-inserter job. I'm so glad we can rotate and flip these things. Or we can flip and mirror these things these days. Alright, that looks decent. We do need iron to come in. Again, in beacon range. 1 iron. Don't really think we need a reservoir or anything. Just need to connect it. Let's pretend we center it around here maybe. Underground pipes don't have a hitbox, so that makes it easy to walk between there because I'm poor. And I don't have the mech armor. Then we need to connect water to, yes, here and here. And to everywhere else down the line. Okay. Now we can read how much petroleum gas we need to make all the sulfur. It looks like more than 120, maybe 130 or something. These make 16. This is only water and oil, so I'm pretty sure I can get away with not using productivity modules in here, which means we're doing 16 a second from one of those. 32, 64. Does look like I want a speed module perhaps for that one. Yeah, that's 40. That's 21. We're gonna need a good speed module for that, or a beacon. $23.6 is still not fast enough. 31.3, 33.5. I don't think we need the full output. Okay, let's tone down a step. This is 120 sulfuric acid. We can produce 140, which means this is capable of overproducing, which means we need to only supply it 85% of what it needs. So we need to supply it with 4.79 sulfur a second divided by 2. So 2.4 from each plant. And the 2.4 then requires 33.5 petroleum gas divided by 2.84 times 2.4. It only requires 28 petroleum gas per machine. And so 31 should be enough. It's going to get an efficient and expensive module then. Come on. Where is my finger? It's over here. Alright. Then we can basically do a 1-to-1. That was the goal. Make it look nice. If we can, we will keep the we'll do it with the underground, so I can walk between this without getting stuck. But here I will get stuck. That'll connect like so. Unless we connect it through the ends. I guess this is still slightly prone to getting stuck, but a lot less than to what it was. Oh, let's make it truly horrible then. I mean, it's not that we have an absolute space problem, so I can afford to do something like this. To just never get myself stuck on any pipe. This is just a one-tile hitbox, so you'll automatically walk through that. And that just needs to connect to one of these water pipes over here. We still need to go here as well. We're not done yet. Now we need to make the light oil. $47 light oil. Oh, that is gonna be hard perhaps. That produces 24. I think that's going to be full speed. 58.5, maybe not. 47, 47. This produces 47 a second, this eats 47 a second. It's like it's meant to be. Maybe it is meant to be. That is a way too coincidental ratio to be an accident. Basically copy the pipe setup. Alright. That's the last step in the process. We need to move it a little bit. It's just no, we need to design it in here, so like this. Flip the water. You can copy this again. This accidentally connected to the water already. Alright, let's do the water a little bit less extravagant. We'll do the sensible thing. Over here. All right. Now it fits a little bit more normally. Let's put it here for now. Then we just need heavy oil in these 4 pipes, which should be fairly easy. With an offshore pump. And just connect a single water pipe around the edge here. We need to provide the sulfuric acid. Maybe we'll just go out here. So it would be nice if you could move 1 tile to the right. Then we can just put it straight in like so. That looks fairly nice as well. So much for my not getting stuck on any infrastructure kinda ordeal. The heavy oil pump will still fit over here. Okay, this is starting to shape up. It's starting to shape up. What stupid designs I keep implementing. Alright, so that is heavy oil, that is water. And something is wrong because we are not making batteries. Oh, we are no longer... Okay, we need to pause then. Okay, it's too late already. Or is science just filling up again? No. So what is backing up? What is holding everything up? I think it is the battery creation. We are no longer creating batteries, so we are not consuming the holmium ore, and that is causing everything to stop. I guess we'll just switch it on then, and hopefully it will start up again. Sulfuric acid. So, heavy oil. Easy. Water, that should switch everything on. I think. This is a pretty nice looking setup. Water. Switches on this, then it switches on this, then it switches on this. We need the iron coming in. Like this, perhaps. And that should be sulfuric acid, so it is connected. So we just need to connect water. Here we go. And batteries should start producing again. On the belt with the text on there. And nothing is happening. Because it's not connected. Alright, and here we go. There we go. Heavy oil, light oil, sulfur, sulfuric acid, batteries. Now we're short of water. Alright, so we gotta be sure that this is one of those things. It's I was spawning things in, so it's not gonna happen in real life, I don't think. Should I just wait for it to unclog itself? Let's try that. We'll just speed up time. And after a lot of time, that should maybe iron itself out. But this super imbalance like we created now, where we just spawned in stuff, should never happen naturally. Let's just delete a little bit of chromium. See if that does the entire trick. Alright, I feel it's not important to see if it resolves itself, because it's not a situation which can actually happen in the playthrough. So we see the batteries on the belt going here. Let's keep 900 SPM going if we can. We don't have it just yet because all the batteries were finished, so no accumulators were being made. Those now start being made again. These will eventually be too fast. Add a water tank, yeah, maybe I should do that. Alright, so something is wrong because I'm definitely not making enough water. Am I not making enough water because I counted with Mark III productivity modules? That could very well be the case. I may have counted productivity in here as well, which is bad. If that's the case. Then we're gonna need a beacon or two to help out. Okay, let's just... For now we'll add a temporary water pipe. Just to fill the system up once. 7.6k can fit in the system here. I think we do need to add a water tank because a lot of the ice cubes can go by. We also could consider, instead of productivity moduling this, we could could speed these up a little. 2.11. We can do 2.6 items a second. That's 2.36. That's not too much faster. Let's keep it cheap then. Now we should be able to grab all of the ice blocks and turn them into water. We are not turning all of the ice blocks into water. Okay, let's do the extreme thing. What if we were able to put all the ice blocks into water? How about speed 3? Okay, we're grabbing almost all the ice blocks now. It doesn't look like we are making enough. Okay, looks like we don't have enough ice cubes. Do we need a productivity module? Making water from ice cubes? Did I put it in my Excel? Let me check real quick. Yeah, actually yes. I am productivity moduling water, light oil and rocket part for all of the steps in the Excel. I should have ice cubes left over though, a lot. We'll just delete some more holmium. Let's just let it run for a bit. See if eventually we get some water in the pipe or sulfuric acid in here. I guess we can add a single tank over here. And only let the belt go if the water level is over 20k, so we can stop these few ice blocks from escaping for now. Just let's see if we eat up all of the ice blocks. Yeah, we're still not getting water in the tank. Okay, so how many productivity steps am I missing with my water? 1, 2, 3, and from here we have productivity. So basically, these get 27% productivity. So I should be needing twice as many ice cubes as I am to make the same water. I should have that. I don't know why. So the thing is, I'm getting 2700 ice cubes for the entire build. Oh wait, for the entire build? I'm doing only half. I don't know what's going on there. Am I doing 900 signs a minute or not? We are not doing 900 signs a minute, so we are not making enough batteries then. Alright, I'll throw productivity modules in there. Can't believe we're eating all the ice cubes from the entire 6 lanes of trash we're getting out of there. Just to put water for the I'm not even feeding water to over here just yet. Am I avoiding something? I don't think I'm avoiding something. Okay, let's see it empty out then. Alright, let's first see. Okay, now I'm making enough sulfuric acid, so the setup itself is alright. If I can keep it fed, the setup itself is alright. So if I don't want to change this, I got to squeeze more water out of the ice cubes itself in this line. That's going to be more power cost, but it's chemical plants, it shouldn't be too bad. I like how this looks though, I want to keep it. I don't want to like ruin it by squishing it open and trying to flip beacons everywhere. So let's try. So we want these things to be fast. I should not have this belt here in the real playthrough, because then it can all back up on ice. Let's delete it. So we want a combination of expensive modules, I suppose. This is pretty much perfect already. We're grabbing 2.56 ice cubes a second, whereas these two inserters can grab 2.66, so that's almost maximum. Don't tell me we need productivity module Mark 3 in my way. These are the most expensive ice cube melters in existence. Oh man. Let's try this first. Get me that tank full of water. Come on, come on, come on. I don't think it's gonna happen. If I put productivity in here, will I make more or less instead of efficiency? This produces 47, 48.6. Okay, so we produce more. I guess that is the solution then. Well, at least the pattern is kept. The power cost goes up a bit. $32.4. Needs 33. I think that is good. Just tell me the sulfuric acid pipe will be filling up soon. How is the water? Water not great. I'm not gonna put a tank there. We're just gonna look on the mouse over here. Okay, we do have 900 SPM. Maybe we just need to wait a bit. Okay, we see the accumulators are reaching the end now, so that's good. At some point the accumulators should back up. And then we're consuming less batteries once that happens. It's a slow process, looks like. I think that's fine. Fast inserters do not exist now. I really like how the entire base looks everywhere with all these slow and long-handed inserters though. Such a different sight to behold. It's not that much more of a design challenge. I I expect it to be worse. The terrain part is bad. But for the rest you can pretty much get away with whatever you need. Right, so accumulators are starting to back up, so this guy should start to back up. And stop working at some point. That's the first one. Alright, it's stopping to work. Ever so slowly. I'm gonna help him out a bit. I think that's the slowest part. I threw a couple extra on the belt. So hopefully now these batteries will start to back up soon. There's only half signs running because we only have half the scrap processing connected. The other belts are on the other side. This doesn't represent anything because the other side is also producing batteries and voiding them. I'm not convinced this is enough. Sulfuric acid pipe is not full, this is not running all the time. There's no water in the tank, there is... yeah. Alright. Looks like this is gonna be an expensive build. I mean, I have the expensive modules for science, but come on. I think if I do this, it gets a lot slower. 36.2, we need more. Not that much more. If I put speed 3 maybe. Speed 3s are not that hard to make. I've got all the quality tungsten already in droves, whereas these require like a quality biter X. That's more of a problem than just making speed 3s, which I have in stock. And produces 45, so sure. All of my triggering. Speed module mark 3s. Show me at least that this guy is working all of the time. Okay, why not? Water. Alright, we still have a water problem here. But this is backed up. That is something. So this will back up. This will back up. This is backing up. So all of this will stop consuming water. I think we soon shall see the water in the tank going up. Or, you know, maybe not. Alright. I got a new idea. What if I use a pump to prioritize sulfuric acid? The food system has been reworked, so now it's intuitive. So obviously if I use an electrically driven pump, to pump the water actively away from sulfuric acid. Now we are prioritizing sulfuric acid with the water, obviously. Because water instantly transmissions from this pipe to this pipe over here without even touching the pump. We are still pumping a little bit though. Oh wait, that's only 1/2 of the fluid system. Alright, there we go. Now water is prioritized in sulfuric acid because we're pumping it away. But now we're short on sulfur, so that doesn't really solve the problem. I think we need something else. Do I actively need to stop the ice cubes from going past these guys? It's a little bit dangerous. I don't want to make one belt which has all the guardrails on there. That is not great. How is the batteries doing? Alright, science production has fallen again. I guess holmium is backed up again. Yeah, so it's fairly important then that this keeps going at full speed. Man, this is turning out to be a larger headache than I thought. I just gotta put the expensive modules in. Stop whining. This is going to be the expensive part. Alright. 38 water in, 45 oil out. So that's bad. Here we get 36 water in. 2.5 water less. And we get more light oil out because now we use the expensive modules. There we go. Expensive. Expensive. There you go. Just eat everything. You sons of a gun. 65 is 130, eating 120 or less. So this should be fast enough. Don't tell me I need to also prot 3 my ice cube machines because I'm gonna lose it. Alright, at least the sulfuric acid pipe is running and battery production is now constant. Well, as constant as the inserter can keep up with. That should be good though. Sulfuric acid pipe is full. Water tank is filling. We finally did it. Holy moly, it took the most... This part is more expensive than my science production, man. But oh well. I'm gonna try to find the sweet spot. Perhaps prot modding 3, this is enough. No sweet spots. No sweet spots. Expensive SF. And so be it. Water tank is full. We need a little bit of water to make this here as well. Now comes step 2. Will the water tank remain full? That is then the next big question. Unfortunately, there's no nice way to get the water around here, I don't think. Because all of this is full. We're grabbing stuff like a maniac. I'm not gonna sushi pipe this, so we're gonna have to go around. Not the nicest solution, but what can I do? I'm in map mode again. I hate being in map mode. I guess let's first connect it. Okay, this water is full. This is also full. Let's delete the infinity pipe and connect the water as such. Probably should not let the water networks connect to each other. We still need water for one process in here as well. Oh god. This is drops though. 8 water a second per plant, so that's not too bad. It does mean we actually do need the water to come this way as well. I probably want to put a pump here then. Can put the pump to both directions just to split the networks. This side is not that long, but the other sides are gonna be problematic. Of course it's one tile. Water. That connects the water here, so no more infinity pipe. Pump wrong way. But then we'll just do a single pump. Don't like this one. That's not part of the build. There is no nice place to put it. Put it in the middle in that case. Alright, now the question is, does the water tank stay full? It appears so. Sulfuric acid stays full. Chromium is about to back up again though. But batteries are backing up as well. That's good news. Batteries are backing up over here. So soon this production will slow down to the rate it's really needed. That might be a startup issue with the batteries and such. The different sizes of belt buffers might come back to bite me in the behind. But we have some supplies laying around to like manually how is it called? Like a choker in an old car, just to manually like prime the belts with the stuff they need so the system can work. Holy moly. We don't have productivity module marks yet, but we will get those before we go to switch on signs on this planet at least. But just building the entire infrastructure is going to take probably more time even than I have before biolabs and productivity modules Mark IIIs are unlocked. Oh man, this was a hard puzzle because I'm stubborn as F. If I just designed it properly from the get-go, or just said, okay, I'll redesign this, you know, apparently I need more productivity, let's just do a normal beacon productivity module setup. No. Of course, no. But I think now it's pretty much ironed out. Well, I could do one thing. Could make it a dead-end belt over here, with output priority there. We'll just delete one inserter. Make this go here. And then this just backs up into here. So that way these inserters always have access to ice cubes, and we have a little bit of a buffer before any excess ice starts to disappear. So let's do it. Let's flush the storage tank. Not the entire system, but we'll delete 25k. And we'll see if it fills up again. It does seem to fill up again. So water is good. Sulfuric acid is good. If water is good, we should be producing sulfuric acid at full speed. So I don't think I need a sulfuric acid tank. Alright, I think we can check mark that one. Holy moly. The pot trees are staying in there, even if they're not necessary. Water, the most rare item apparently. I don't know, maybe there's something going on because I'm only doing half of the scrap, but I shouldn't need this many ice cubes. Alright, so battery backed up, but holmium is backing up right now. So let's see. Now that these belts will start clogging up because of the holmium. Stuff still stays okay. That means we are producing or recycling less scrap, which means we are getting less batteries out of there. Which means we need to make more batteries over here to maintain 900 SPM production. Which means we need to make more sulfuric acid, which means we need more water. From less ice cubes. But we are still scrapping a bunch of ice cubes, so... looks like we're okay. Water is staying full. Sulfuric acid is staying full. Batteries appear to stay backed up on average. That's a long belt buffer for catching variance. Everything here is backed up as well, and science production should be a flat 900 for a while. I think we are good. I'm gonna keep the water tank though. Alright. I'm gonna give it to us sulfuric acid and connect fluids in one go. Then really all that's left to do is to void the rocket part things. Let's see, we did already manage to fill up blue chips and low density structure, but not quite rocket fuel yet. I do hope rocket fuel is fast enough. And I also think we need 3 more chests here. In case the bots pick up something which they cannot put back, that's going to be an issue. I guess we can put it in the middle. And downgrade the type. It's just a temporary fix. I see a small issue here. But nothing we can fix. As the rockets. I'm not sure how much rocket fuel we are producing here. We are only producing half of what we need right now, because we only have half of the solid fuel set up. I'm not voiding the rest though, at the moment. The last thing to do is void the 3 rocket parts. I'm going to void solid fuel because that was easier and we can build it right here. Is that a smart idea? Because I need to flip it on its head, and if I can do that in this space over here, we should be able to copy it to... Yeah, that should be possible, but I don't know, we're getting a lot of solid fuel. Rocket parts are not being used, we need to be able to void it all. What are the standard going rates for fuel? Okay, 16. Okay, that is really fast, so we're going to be able to do that, I think. We count 30k scrap. I think it's like 7%. I'm getting the hang of it. 7%, that is a lot. It's second result. So we get 2100 solid fuel a minute out of there, which is why it's on a blue belt. A red belt is not enough. So we need to void 35 a second. Which means I'm just going to build 4 of these things. So, yes, they can void 16 things. But you get back 4 of them. So you get back a quarter. In the end you get back 33%. I think we need at least 3 of them then. I think I'm counting something wrong. Alright, 16 minus 4, minus a quarter of that, minus a quarter of that, minus a quarter of that, etc. Goes up to 10.71. I'm just gonna build 4. I just built 4. We can build a loop. Can we build a loop? That would be fun. We could just put that at the end with a bit of luck. How is that over here? We cannot put it at the end, but we can bend it around and put it on the top here. Here we cannot bend it around and put it at the top because there's the chest stuff. But here we can put it at the end instead, so maybe we'll do that. 35 a second though. There's 19 inserters at least of the fast type. And we need to input it in the different ones. If we use short-handed, we need 27 inserters. can we fit? Yeah, we can. No, we cannot. That is not enough. Dang it, that would be nice. It's 24 inserters, we need 27. So I even cannot like do something sneaky with belts going in the middle. I could say I never need to void all the solid fuel. We could say we never need to void all the solid fuel because it will stop coming in. Four on a straight line. Yeah, we did a straight line already. I wanted something new. I mean, it's gonna get a bit clunkier, but I guess this could fit. $18. That is 16. Oh god, we're gonna get the rotational gang again. I'm gonna get the rotational gang on my on my behind again. We can do a spiral. Spiral is nice. We have a blue belt. So we'll keep it blue. What is this? What is that? Man, I didn't see this color for so long. No, 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 you don't exist. You don't exist, sir. I refuse to believe. Right, we got the spiral voider. That should be alright. No, heating towers were slower. So we're just gonna recycle it. I think here I can put it above. We can just turn up after the last one. Right here. I probably should do something similar. Like I did for... Unfortunately it doesn't fit here, like I did for the ice cubes. As apparently I'm already... I'm having a hard time producing enough rocket fuel. Oh god, I know why. I'm missing productivity in the rocket fuel, am I not? So how much rocket fuel am I producing according to my charts? I should be producing... I don't know if my sums are correct for the amount of stuff I need. That's going to be an experimental thing. We might need productivity modules in the rocket fuel. I know I need to send 100 parts a minute. It's gonna cost me... Um, 11 launches to launch. Oh, this is getting too hard for the late evening, man. Alright. I need to produce 100 rocket fuel a minute for Gleba. And it costs me 1 rocket per minute to launch up 100 rocket fuel. So that is another 40 parts. So I need 140 rocket fuel a minute for Gleba. Okay, we'll put that there as 140. Then to launch science to Norvis, that is say 2 rockets per minute. That is just 40 parts each. So that is 220 rocket fuel. Per minute. It's finally getting backed up, but it's way slower than the other two. I'm producing, okay, that is good news. I'm producing 174 a minute, but that's only from one side. So if we multiply that by 2, we're producing about 350 a minute, which is way more than 220. So we should be good, technically, even without productivity. Of course, that is also one of... We're using more water because I don't use productivity modules in rocket fuel either. Because that means we need more light oil, which means we need more water. And I'm also not using productivity in here. Alright, that's of minor importance now. We figured out the fluids. The fluids are working now. Okay, if we have enough anyway, I'm just gonna turn it this way. And we'll be voiding the solid fuel in a big rotational spiral. We have 2 grabbers per rocket fuel assembler, so not much fuel should go past. I do need all of these. Hey, thanks Captain Jack for the 3 months. How is it better to make rocket fuel in Fulgora than Gleba? I'm gonna be bringing over the other 2 parts anyway, and if I don't use it, I'm gonna have to trash it. And all rockets cost is the 3 parts which I have in access anyway. So why not just ship it over? If it turns out to be, if it turns out that we don't have enough rocket fuel, I can make it on Gleba, but for now, why should I produce it on Gleba? Okay, I know it's for free on Gleba too. But why should I produce it on Gleba if I can also just send it from Fulgora for free? Because rocket fuel is technically a byproduct which we are getting out of the scrap which we need to make science. So we're getting all of that anyway. There is not really a difference. And the ship is going to be flying anyway because I'm not doing blue chips and low density structures on Gleba. We have enough on the planet here as well. Alright, so that is the rocket fuel voiding. We'll put it at the top. Now we need to void the low density structures and blue chips, and oh god, that is going to be annoying. Let's for now, let's copy this. We need to find a place to fit this on here, because that's not gonna be this is one tile off. Guess we can just send it like over here. sure. Fine. Alright. I think this didn't move. This did change. Can I just copy that and expect it to fit? We did make some changes over here. That's not gonna fit. We can copy this maybe. It's probably wishful thinking. I don't want to shift click. I want to just click and have it slot into place. Maybe I can do it. Alright, I did it. We did have a small change here, which is why I did not copy the belt over there. This we can shift click. Because I'm positive that that's the same. Right, the offshore pump is not going to go there, obviously. So we need to connect heavy oil differently. Alright, that's nice. How about heavy oil for this guy? And this guy? Offshore pump, come on. Yep. There's no satisfying way to... No satisfying location to put it somewhere. Ah, okay, that doesn't work. Dang it, why is there no nice area to slot that in? Diagonal base. Alright, that's water, and this goes to science. Alright, so all of these this belt boss and this fluid needs to go to science. And rocket parts need to go here. How are we powering rocket fuel? I think we can get away with these guys. It even powers the assemblers. I do have substations researched as well. I just didn't build any yet. But that could also be used in a pinch. Alright. I think we'll connect this as well and just see what happens. I mean, it won't be good, but let's try that. I need to go over there with the physical player thing. We're actually going to have a nice scrap bus coming out of the stations. Okay, that doesn't work. This is fairly annoying. I mean, this fits, but now the other one cannot go adjacent. I guess it can. That is pretty Blair. What if we just go up? I think that's better. Stupid oil oceans everywhere. Alright. I think I do want to connect to this side here. So we'll go over the beacons. And then just back again. Alright. That's gonna deadlock. That's the wrong order, Mike. First the bottom belts. So they all start looking full roughly at the same time. It's so slow, I'm gonna just slow it down to half speed so we can actually get a good look of the scrap on the belts. That's a nice mix of garbage. Oh god. When you build it, it all makes sense. But when you look at it after the fact, I know. What's the point of sorting all the scrap outputs? Good luck doing it without. I mean, it's possible to do sushi belts, but that's not my forte. Okay, so a lot of this is just gonna back up, and for now I'm just gonna despawn all of that. Stone, we do have the scrap mechanism, so we don't need to despawn that. This is all rocket parts. Batteries. That should back up. Chromium, that is consumed by science. This will automatically back up as well. So now it should keep flowing. Let's speed up time on this side. Let's pretend these batteries get eaten up at full speed. That is more batteries than we need. Why can I not delete the sulfuric acid? Am I spawning it in or what? I don't see it. I must be spawning it in somewhere. Oh yeah, I am. Alright. Oh no, am I still spawning it in here? Don't tell me I'm spawning it in here. No, I'm not. Alright. Alright. Okay, so now the pipes are 70% full. The pipes go back to being 100% full, so that's good. Water is full, that's good. Yeah, we're not actually consuming the plastic, so now the plastic gets trashed too slow. So I guess we actually have to connect it to signs to get it to work. But I'm sending the copper first to this destination, which, yeah, that doesn't work. So I just have to avoid the plastics for now. I think the easiest way is just connect it to signs and make sure everything runs. Alright. Looks like we're gonna have a belt weaving entrance coming in here. At least if we do it this way. Not really thematic on this side, so I think I won't do that. We need to prioritize sending it to... Do I need to prioritize sending it towards here? Can I not just do that from one side and call it good? I probably can. Maybe not, and I don't want to think about it, so I'm gonna send it there anyway. Let's first bring the belts over. Alright. So we go up until we meet this point, I think. And then the question is, does this entire array fit here? And the answer is kind of no, but also kind of yes. Do we have a green belt that can fit under this part? No. No. This is also definitely too long. Okay, so we're gonna have to, like... Is this a perfect diagonal? I think we have a perfect diagonal here. Oh god, we're gonna need to build a diagonal base. Now it's official. I think that's a perfect diagonal. No, not a diagonal base. How did this spawn like this, man? I got so many weird straight edges on here. Well, you win some, you lose some. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, one is going to have to go the other way. This one. Okay, somehow this fits. Anyway, this is holmium. That still goes this way. Then we get the return belt. So one more. Then we leave one open and then one more again. And one more on top. Okay. Okay. Oh god. Why? This is the most obligatory diagonal base. Ever. We have bots. It doesn't matter. We have bots. Bots will be happy. Should I do it all the way to here? And I think no. The belts should remain all visible. There is no diagonal selection planner, so we have to kinda force that in here. That is gonna be a long battery belt though. Before that backs up all the way to that battery production. That might lead to some trouble. Prevented the batteries from going on that belt for all that time, and now they go anyway. Stop it. No, it's not possible anymore. There's that belt that goes back in there. Alright. Now we just have a diagonal pipe to go. I lost the pump. So maybe we'll put it here then. Pretty sure it's gonna be too long. The diagonal pipe is gonna be annoying though. If I actually make a diagonal, because I'm not going to be able to walk through that. That worked way better than it had any right to. Nice. Perfect. No, not painful at all. Put the final stair on there. No, it doesn't look nice. Good. Pipe length 134. Not too bad just yet. Right, then we get to the part where... Is this a... Oh, it's not really a very... I think we need to go diagonal up to. There is... Kinda have to. I mean, it's not perfect. But it does exist. The water pipe is going to be fairly annoying though. Okay, let's save. Not diagonal on the right side for symmetry. Yeah, Fulgora is balanced around providing holmium to Aquilo. It also really depends a lot on what type of productivity modules you are using in the different steps. The more steps there are beforehand, the less you need holmium. Holmium needs a lot of steps to get to science. So I can imagine if you use legendary Mark III productivity modules, you are definitely not going to be holmium limited anymore. But if you just have like common Mark II productivity modules as your strongest module, you're definitely going to be holmium limited. Okay, I just saved. I just want to look how it looks, I suppose. This side is a little bit more cursed since it doesn't actually follow the coastline. Here it's a... I think we should keep it going straight. Because now it just looks like diagonal, whereas here you just really accentuate the perfect diagonal coastline that spawned. Let's keep it as it is. Alright. Now we need to redesign this part anyway. We got an iron belt coming in here. We might want to add that iron belt on top of the stone belt instead. Which means it's on the bottom over here, which... oh... there is space for that. Why don't I think of those things before? Iron comes out, just comes down. Here, I suppose, something like that. To keep it bossy. Oh, we just need to add one belt. How hard can it be? Can it be? Why didn't I lock it to daytime? Ah yeah, because everything blinks anyway, if you don't have those towers. Let's just grab the entirety. That's the return belt, so I need to move it one tile and it's complete. This thing needs to be moved one tile complete. And this needs to be moved. That is actually better. One tile complete. That aligns the pump at least. That is something. Then the excess iron needs to go here or something. Coming from over here. How even though? That's max distance. I guess. This goes in the trash, so we need priority to the left. This always goes to the trash. So why is the splitter here in the first place? Is it just to provide this area? I think it's just to provide that area. So that just needs to go. I want a max distance here. Output priority to the right. Iron goes here, iron goes there. I don't know if this is fast enough, so let's do this. Alright, now this iron goes here. Get a annoying pump like that, but so be it. I think this will be max length though. Maybe not. Okay, what? 2 tiles off. Not exactly the same, but that's fine. No. Let's see what goes on which belt. It's getting a bit difficult. Alright, what's this? This is batteries. This is red chips coming back. We got holmium, batteries, low densities, blue chips. Somehow this doesn't fit. So we need to move back yet one more belt. Which means water is going to come out from here. So maybe we can just something like that instead. Alright. And now iron can go next to here. Okay. Final belt. And then the endless zigzag. Which I hopefully still have somewhere in the copy queue, but maybe not anymore. Alright, empty it out. Alright, let's see how it goes. That one belt that goes back in the middle of all these belts, that is especially cursed, man. Alright, so no more belts I want to add, right, to that bus. That was the last one, I hope. I hope there's not going to be another one. Alright, that finally is the entire thing. So we want to branch off. I guess we'll belt weave. We will belt weave. There's no way we are getting more than a yellow belt of any of these resources, I'm pretty sure. Blue chips is 2%, low densities is 1%. So 30k scrap, worst case scenario. Times 2%. 600 a minute. That is almost a yellow belt, but not quite. 2/3 of a yellow belt. So that means we can yellow belt weave. That is the entirety of it. But the stuff coming in needs to be yellow, so low density structures. Ooh. Fine. Yellow belts cannot do this, of course. So we'll just use it. Blue undergrounds. Blue chips on the right. Oh, I did a weird splitter switch somewhere over here. So I think I did it for the rocket fuel. Rocket fuel was at the bottom, so here it's at the top. I gotta flip that over. It's gonna be this belt and the belt below. The rocket fuel is joining. Rocket fuel is joining the party. Why do I make these builds always like this? Over here. Let's put a rocket fuel symbol on there, because we already have a blue chip symbol over here. So blue chips go here. And then I switch over to this side. And rocket fuel switches over to this side from here. And then it should be good. Alright. Stone and iron shouldn't need it. Right, here comes some of the stuff. Let's not avoid those. Those are what we are trying to connect. So this is blue chips. Rocket fuel. And low density structures. With output priority going straight. Alright, and if we pretend these chests are all empty, that's gonna flow again. Slowly. Flow it shall. Two chips, rocket fuel. Okay, something is wrong. Rocket fuel is still on the wrong belt. We need to flip it with low density structure still. Apparently. Sure. Let's put low densities on this one then. Okay, so that's gonna be a mess. Right, I think we have successfully switched. And this part hasn't moved, so that should be alright. Now rocket fuel goes onto the rocket fuel belt. Low densities go onto the low density belt. Here comes some stuff. And blue chips go on the blue chip belt. Sure. And this goes happily straight ever after. Until we meet this blob over here, and then we have a problem. I think I'm just gonna go straight. Pipeline 271. We're gonna need another pump in there. I guess here we have a pump there. Okay, another pump is good. That will actually separate it out properly. That does not work. I don't know what that's supposed to look like, but let's cancel that. Yes, that could be the water pipe. And that's probably gonna be one of those red crosses things. No! 316 out of 320 pipe length. 320. 321. Alright. Perfect island. Good stuff. Fairly easy to accidentally mess up though, so maybe I should put a pump here, especially since there's this annoying one tile there anyway. It is still pipe length 313 though, so it's still approximately the same. Alright, so perhaps instead of just joining everything up here together, maybe it's the simplest thing to just go straight, turn here or something, and then just join the entire belts up here. Red chips will need to get split between send back to the left and send back to the right. This means I can probably actually get away. It's something like that. Send that back on that belt. Alright, so the joining up is probably easier for belts like holmium and whatnot, but I think the rocket parts and stone and iron might be better off joining here. Oh, that is annoying. Suddenly the island starts looking less too large and more appropriately sized already. This we don't need though. Yeah, it's all default settings, yes. Okay, let's just try what will happen if we do this. Red chips needs to get sent out here. That's the first thing that will happen. Okay, there is good things and bad things. The good things is that it's coming in rotated, so stuff like this copper is on the correct side of the belt compared to over here. Yeah, the bad side is, you can kind of see where the bad side is. This is not going to be the most comfortable join mechanics over here, and this already looks horrible. It looks horrible enough as it is. I guess let's just start from this side. Oh good, this is not gonna look great. I think maybe we need to just go straight and start over here. We have a little bit more space to work with. I'm so glad they didn't make it impossible to cross oil oceans with underground belts. Right, you'd say it's as simple as doing this, but how do you get this belt down there then? Means you need to move it one to the front, but how do you get this belt down there then? Alright, so maybe this entire contraption here is not necessary if we join these belts up here anyway. But blue chips they have multiple purposes, so I think at least blue chips needs to join. Low density structures and rocket fuel maybe not so much, so I guess we'll just leave it as that then. Alright, I'm just gonna start and it's gonna end up something. It is not gonna be great. First belt joint. So it cannot stay like this. We need to shuffle up these belts a bit. I think we're not gonna go one giant bus like we've been doing. We do want to join the batteries over here though. At least the batteries which come from the scrap directly, which are these, not the batteries that are extra produced. So it's the bottom belts of batteries from the two. So this one goes here, but this one does not go there. Yes, this one needs to meet up with no, it does need to meet up with the bottom one. This needs to meet up with this one over here. Holmium ore as well. Rocket fuel, I'm gonna take those out. So we need these two belts. The red chip return belt can be somewhere else. Stone we can potentially join up on over here as well. Then we can like divide it a little. I don't see too many other ways than just slashing it in there. That can cross. Next one we have chromium ore. And batteries. A team. Alright, this is going to be faster than a red belt though, because now we're joining all the batteries from 60,000 scrap on one belt. 4%, I think even 4% is going to be too much for that. There's 2400 items a minute. So we need a blue belt there at least. And in the end it's going to be green and it's going to be joined by the red belt of extra produced batteries. I hope we have enough with one green belt of batteries. Let me just really check the Excel number. For science it should be good. Need over 3,000 batteries. We need 2,600 batteries for accumulators and then another 340 for supercapacitors. So that's 3,000 batteries in total, which means less than a green belt. That's 3,600 items a second, so that should be alright. It's more than a blue belt of batteries though. Alright, I think we are going to keep the other belts in here. Even though they are not going to be connected. Blue chips was not 4%, right? Blue chips is 2%. Yeah, 2%. Stone is going to be a blue belt. I think stone will be a red belt, the rest will get trashed. Alright. Where am I? Over here, alright. We can join stone. Alright, so we'll keep this full with rocket fuel and low density structure, so it looks like it's full. I guess this return belt will be empty. Unless we split it off here somehow. I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do that anymore. Never say never. We need to go up here. That is not plausible. I'm not gonna try that. It will not look nice. Oh, we can go all the way there though. Can go all the way there. Let's just get that out of there. I don't know. Okay, at least all of this stuff has some stuff on there then, so that's nice. And the only thing which we're not joining here is rocket fuel and low density structures. Can I really not do that? That's gonna be tough. Alright, we'll do that. We'll do that here. The water pipe doesn't look great. Why is the water pipe broken? Oh, I see. Okay, there is the problem. There is a problem after all. This would look a whole lot better if, like this corner over here, if this was actually like a pipe bus or something. Can get the pipe down here. Still gonna be too long. Where is it? It's just not connected yet. It's gonna be too long. We could fit another pump here, thematically speaking. Especially if I could find one. Okay, I just need to add them to the infinity filters. Okay, now we're good. Comes in here. Sure. That will work. Am I ready to do the full signs then? I don't know, but let's upgrade the belt over here. So that at least can put out 1800 SPM. Empty the chests. Heck, let's empty the silos. We still need to bring the rocket parts belts down. Can I fit this in here? I don't think I can. Maybe rocket fuel is possible. If rocket fuel is possible, you know that I'm just gonna not stop at rocket fuel. There's rocket fuel. It's just low density structures now. And there is not going to be a satisfying way to do that. But and there is a way. It's not a great way. But a way it is. Let's fill it up then. All right. Especially work well if this will especially work well if I can do this. We get too many blue chips to do that, so we need probably not the green. I'm gonna make it green anyway. So let's switch through this as well. No, that's not gonna work. Or is it? It is gonna work. All these blue chips will lay on the top, all the low density structures will lay on the top. All these blue chips will lay on the bottom. Low density structures is a 1% result, so it doesn't matter. They can all fit on one half of the belt. I'm gonna put some thematic green ones in there anyway, just so it looks alright. Oh, this is... I think this is too cursed even for... This is getting out of hand levels of cursed. Like, the enjoyable part of cursed is behind us now. This is now firmly outside of that area. Let's press play and hope. I'm gonna open a beer. It's been getting warm next to my chair since I started streaming. So that's gonna be cursed as well. I'm not even looking if it's working. This needs to be blue. Right. All stuff is at least moving on to some belt. This is worse than the science splitter on Norvis, man. This is probably the worst abomination I've ever made. I think this is gonna be a, you know, X to Y. We need to put that in the official balancer book. It's a valid entry to go between all those carefully crafted things. You know, you never know when you need these things for somewhere. You know, let's say you have all these belts which come from the north and you want to somehow merge them with all of these belts in specific ratios, and one of those belts is going back through the entire build, then, you know, might come in handy. Let's put it in there. I know you're all going to be dying to have this blueprint used in your own base as well. So feel free to send me a message if you want it. Most useful. Okay, let's not. No, it's enough. It's enough. Alright, now we officially just need to be voiding. This is now all going here. If that's all going here, then I should not do this. This just needs to not exist then. And we're all splitting it on this over here. Sending it to these rocket silos, then sending it to these rocket silos. And of course sending it to science first. That means this can kind of keep existing. You no longer need this guy coming in, the second belt. Don't really like. This is not a nice contraption. This is alright, but this is not chaotic enough to. It needs to be like you have. If it's like a neat organized splitter, it's very cool and looks nice. Or if it's like the absolute monstrosity, as chaotic as possible, you can get away with it. But if it's like somewhere in the middle, then it is just messy. And this one is just messy. I don't think I'm gonna be solving that now though. Can at least get rid of this annoying part. Or what the heck is this even? That is just low effort. Garbage. I moved those belts over, that is why this all looks like this. Alright. It worked. It worked. You know, it worked. Delete this. We can do better. Stop the clock so I can see what goes on what belt. So this splitter should be here. The belt should come in over here, ideally. Holmium goes there. We need a splitter for blue chips, which priority outputs to here. Only blue chips go on that belt. Alright. This thing had the batteries. It is important that we do the splitter thing here. We can get away with doing this perhaps. Because we need these batteries to be able to go anywhere. It's a blue belt. So we have enough on a blue splitter. But we'll do that at least. That might need to become an underground, so we can put this guy in there as well. We have priority on the naturally generated batteries from trash and not on the produced battery from sulfuric acid. This is a non-existing belt. It can just stop. Either stop or... I want this to be on both sides of the belt. We do that. Guess we can go underground under the pipe. Those are now on both sides. Okay. So that belt will look full. Unfortunately, this belt will have to suffer a little. Unless we just keep it on that side, but that is not thematic because this is rocket parts and this is not rocket parts. So we could do a jiggle like this. At least it makes it less worse. Let's do another celebratory squiggle on the other side then. Then at least we have two of those knots. Okay, so far something. I'm not gonna say so good. This is annoying, but I think that's the only way I can do it. Unless... we go all the way over here. And rocket fuel goes there. But then we need a different color. We specialize in different colors today anyway, so why not? Let's do the longer belt as a green one. Iron. Iron needs to come in all the way here. That is just going to be a straight belt. It starts to look a little bit better. And the rocket parts should come out here. So let's play. Everything gets filled again. Right. House batteries. This goes first. This is hardly moving. It's alright. It is moving though, so perhaps I should downgrade it to blue belt. Because this is blue belt speed. This makes gaps in the belt, which makes these batteries be able to sneak in. Even though we're probably not needing all of them. We are consuming all of them though, so maybe I'm speaking too early. Let's just let them rip. We'll let them rip. Nice. Unfortunately, this now comes one tile earlier. We'll figure out the pipes later. We're not done yet. We need the rocket fuel to go down here. Can I do this? No, I cannot. I wanted to shift it up one, but no, let's not shift it up one. We can do this. For rocket fuel at least. And that brings blue chips on the other side, which is fine, I guess. It has to go one more tile to the front. Don't really want that. Can I switch rocket fuel as well? Not really. Not really. Okay, more cursed. I think this is acceptable. No, this is not cursed. This is like standard. I thought I would have to use one of those splittery things again, but I don't. Alright, so rocket fuel is at the top. Was that the case before as well? No, that was blue chips. This is no longer gonna exist though. All of those are gonna come here. So this effort is gone. So is this cursed joiner. Probably for the better. We do need the blue chips to be on the top though. So we need blue chips, low densities, and rocket fuel. So rocket fuel needs to go one down, blue chips and low densities need to go two up. There is only one way. I think this should be possible. Let's first try rocket fuel down. That makes everything go through here. That is not good. We need blue chips to go up here already. Can try to put only rocket fuel on there. Oh, we did it already. Let's put rocket fuel there as well then. Okay, rocket fuel is not moving. Okay, we are throttling the belt, but I don't think we're producing I don't know what's going on there. Out of low densities. I mean, if we're not looking at costs anyway, we can do this. And we cannot do that one though. Add a couple decoratives. And now it's no longer being held back by speed. Because 2 red belts can go through a single line of green. The green belts are so good. We will delete this again. So the chest can fill up again. Alright, then the only thing left to do is trashing blue chips and low density structures if they are not needed. So for now, that's a temporary one. But even the temporary things can look nice. We are trashing whatever is not used. Because that is not yet built. Now we can test the entire thing. We need to reset it. Because everything has gotten mixed on the belt. Test it all. But now the hopes and dreams is that if I reset everything, I'm gonna be producing 1800 signs a minute. What? What? I didn't even check that once. Looks like we were already producing 1800 signs a minute. What? How? What? What? Okay, I'm genuinely baffled. How? I mean, no, I would say we are running on like backed up belt buffers or something, but how? Hello, Mike. Thanks for the raid. Get up and stretch. My mouth is already stretching. It just dropped to the floor in amazement. For all of you who just joined in from other mic, first of all, welcome. Second of all, I spent like the entire stream like doing things like this while everything was running in the hopes to... I had 900 SPM going from one side of the base and we tried to add 900 SPM from the other side through the most perfect diagonal spawn island you ever saw. And then I just tried joining the belts together, and during all of that we just finished all of that. Only thing left to do is trashing blue chips and low density structures, so that is fake, but for the rest everything is running. And we are just about to do things like this to the entire base, to just delete the entire belts, but we didn't do it yet, to see if we were actually producing 1800 signs a minute, because we've got weird things going on like this, for instance. All the belts gotten mixed up and whatever. And I pressed the production tab for the first time in an hour or so. And it appears we were just producing 1800 SPM already, somehow. Now not anymore though, so maybe... No, actually we are producing 1800 SPM. What? And that's where you dropped in. I was just saying what for already 6 times. I think I still gotta reset it though. I was thinking we were running on belt buffers, but... I mean, it's Fulgora. How can you run on belt buffers? We'll never know who got hit with that. Oh god. Well, hello again. Never know who got hit with that. So the sound was gone as well, so I'll explain it briefly again. I did a lot of like reconstruction work on a live base like that, just randomly deleting parts of it and rejoining them again. Just to get signs up to 1800 SPM after I did a grand reset of everything. But we were already doing 1800 SPM somehow. So I guess our work is done here. I don't know how, but since we joined the belts, except for a brief dip where I probably deleted a large chunk or something, it's working already. So I'm baffled. How? And I was thinking we're running on belt buffers, but it's Fulgora. There are no belt buffers really. We'll go through this base a bit because we're nearing the end of the stream here as well, and I just want to go through the entire base because it's been a 3-stream design project which now is finally pseudo done, except for trashing blue chips and low density structures. But that's more an afterthought than anything else. So this is a weirdly spawned island. There's so many straight edges. We even got a perfect diagonal line over here somehow. Not sure what's going on. So first of all, pause the game. We're gonna test it all, and we'll explain what's going on as well. Let's not delete any trains, but we'll just delete anything that has a lot of stuff on the belt. We don't need to delete absolutely everything, but let's delete absolutely everything, especially the buffer chest for signs there. That should all pop back into existence. This is a large buffer which needs to fill up. Belt buffer. Belt buffer. Production. Scrap. Scrap. And this is actually completely obsolete. This is actually the first time I'm doing something with elevated rails, by the way. Alright. So this is the pre-test save. Pre-test save. Alright, so what is this base? As some of you might know, I'm doing the 1000 times science cost challenge. We've gotten signs on Gleba, Vulcanus, and all the Norwegian science packs are complete. Fulgora is the last one, and it's the most painful one. We've got the sort of a base shape where Cthulhu is fighting against Kraken or something with these rail arms. I don't have a rail network, they're just individual lines which don't cross. 6 belts of scrap come in here, 6 belts of scrap come in here. We're playing without fast inserters. This is how the train unloading looks. We have red inserters for that. We are offloading straight into recyclers, and that gets us 60,000 scrap a minute. All of that comes off of some green belts, which we still need to make in the real world. That's 6 belts. Then we have this thing, which takes mostly the things we don't need out of there. For science, we don't need any concrete, steel, copper cable or red chips. Those all get trashed immediately. Ice cubes are turned into water, and solid fuel is turned into rocket fuel. Most of that is done on this side. Fairly easy. Concrete becomes hazard concrete. Is recycled back into concrete, and so on. Steel, I actually thought let's make quality steel. So we are making quality steel. Hopefully this will never clog up, because once all this fills up, we need to trash all the steel in this one recycler, even the rare chest. So I think it will probably be fine, but that is yet untested. Red chips though. A copper cable. Let's go copper cable. Right, we trash it into copper plates. Sorry, we recycle it into copper plates. That goes... And copper plates go into itself. That's fairly easy. Red chips was not fairly easy. Because I decided to not trash the rest products, but instead just recraft red chips from them in assembly machines. Because we don't want the productivity bonus, we want to get rid of them. Turned out to be a bit harder than I thought. So there are some wire conditions. And some additional trashing of potentially... if everything scraps with the exact ratios as expected, this should work. And then these circular belts which trash green chips, plastics and iron plates eventually over here. Copper cable is put to the other copper cable belt. That is if it scraps imbalanced. So that works though, we tested that. Then ice cubes get turned into water. What doesn't get turned into water gets scrapped here into this centipede of ice cube scrappers. And then we're left with the other 6 products. Iron gears go into here. There's a lot of iron gears. We've got like more than 2 blue belts worth of gears per side coming out of there. That gets scrapped into here, goes on the belt. Most of that same like steel chest, except without quality, a lot easier this time. The iron that we do need is sent to batteries here, I'll explain that later. And accumulators all the way over to science here, and this is the second half. Actually, this is the first half, the other half is the second half, if you want to know the details. But this goes to accumulators for science. We'll get the science later. That's all the iron we need, the rest just gets scrapped. The stone is used for holmium ore and the one other item at the other fluid at the science. And once we have... once that's not needed, it gets scrapped over here into this rotational scrapper. Which leaves us with only 4 things. It is holmium ore, batteries, low density structures and blue chips. Blue chips and low density structures are rocket fuel, are for rocket parts, I mean. And holmium is also the only destination, is going to be science. Holmium is the only thing that is not going to get scrapped, because if holmium backs up, if I don't need science, holmium just backs up and the entire factory should switch off, and so we don't mine resources and scrap them for no reason. So yeah, the stone goes here and here. Holmium ore goes here. All of the some of the blue chips go here as well. We're using them to get the green chips, just through straight out recycling them into the supercapacitors, and then we take out the red chips. The red chips go on a return belt. God help me through this. Yeah, you can just I'll go to here later. That's the only belt that goes back. Through the diagonal monstrosity. And then it joins the other red chips which we were already scrapping. I did take those into account. I originally had 4 sets, now I have 5. To scrap all the red chips. That's the rest of the blue chips and low density structures go to rocket parts. Over here. As well as over here, because don't ask questions, I'm shipping rocket fuel to Gleba. As well as low density structures and blue chips, so that's going to be happening here. With this logistics network over here. Don't ask questions, I said. Shipping rocket fuel to Gleba is a very normal thing to do. Alright, what is left? It is batteries. So the limiting factor is holmium ore, but not really. The limiting factor is batteries. Except we have the resources to make more batteries, but we don't have the resources to make more holmium ore. So we are making more batteries so that the limiting resource is holmium ore. Making batteries on Fulgora is a pain, because it requires You're starting with heavy oil, cracking it into light oil, cracking that into petroleum gas, then making it into sulfur, then making it into sulfuric acid. So that's a couple extra steps compared to Norvis. It turned out to be a lot more expensive than I thought. I don't own these modules yet. I haven't even researched Mark III productivity yet. They were intended to go only in the expensive science stuff. But alas, I did not want to change the build after I designed it, so modules it is, expensive, extraordinaire. That's why this setup exists. And then the batteries are... we are first using the batteries that are naturally produced through the scrapping, and we are adding in batteries if we need more of them from the extra battery production, which you can see in action over here. Basically two similar halves, two same halves, folded back on. This is like rotated, and then this monstrosity of a splitter functions to join both parts together. So let's just chase everybody away by highlighting that for a bit. That's what's happening. My chat is still working. Alright, it is. It took a while. I originally did not want to mix everything here. I had some belts for rocket parts coming down here. But then we started ripping things apart and using different colors. I'm not sure we're even doing a lot of belt weaving at all. I don't see any belt weaving. There's no belt weaving in there. Oh, alright. That makes it even more wondrous. It just works, yeah. I don't know, it just works. It even produced 1800 SPM before I even reset everything. Alright, so I think that's all the subparts of the factory quickly explained. We have the rotational solid fuel thresher over here. The trains are fueled beautifully as well, though. That is, I wanted to make a request, a bot network on the planet to bring rocket fuel to the trains. But why bring rocket fuel to the trains? They haven't used up their... These have. Why bring rocket fuel to the trains? Come on. I'm trying to illustrate a point. Why bring rocket fuel to the trains when you can simply grab solid fuel straight off of the belt? Since we are trashing, recycling the scrap straight next to the train, you can just directly fuel the trains with solid fuel. It's not as fast, but it's... I didn't test if it was fast enough actually. But we can test that. Because we have the Bring Holmium Plates to Aquilo simulator. It's a piece of very advanced high-tech Factorio, the likes of which you have never seen. I'll get to that in a minute. That's all the subparts explained. So this joins everything. Then the science. Stone with heavy oil. Holmium solution makes the electrolyte. The holmium solution is made over here from stone. And all the holmium ore, which is the bottlenecky part. That takes care of the two fluids. Holmium plates, the only foundry over here. A single foundry for 1800 SPM, that's nice. Rocket silo for Aquilo later. Because I know this game. It's my second playthrough after all, so I'm probably forgetting more things, but I have a rocket silo for bringing holmium to Aquilo, that's something. Also a single superconductor creator. Without fast inserters though, we need a lot of output inserters for that. These used to spawn in stuff, so I guess we can delete all of those at this point. Since we are no longer spawning in any stuff. I am spawning in light oil still. Oops. Okay, I need to connect one more pipe then. Or I can just crack it on the spot. We have water here somewhere. Alright, we are spawning in light oil. Okay, I'm lying. These chests are gone. Batteries. Alright, so the superconductors go to the supercapacitors. That's the most complicated one, I suppose. The fluid. Two outputs. Batteries go in. The other two elements go in on this side. And the green chips come straight from the recyclers. This is probably the most complicated part of the setup. The red chips get fed back to be recycled again. And most of the batteries come here together with some of the iron to make accumulators, and those two elements together with the two fluids create the science pack. And we are producing 1800 SPM. Let's speed it up so the graph flattens out a bit over a longer time frame. Alright. In the meantime, we'll update the checklist. We did not void low density structures and blue chips yet, and light oil to Supercon. We'll give that a symbol. And I suppose test trains, we can do that now. Test trains on solid fuel, if they're fast enough. Then I need to grab these as well. Okay, that's going to be annoying. Let's first check science. 10 minutes. 1800 SPM. Looking okay. We're throttling it to 1800 SPM by having it flow over a red belt. 1800 SPM is what I have for all the other science packs too, so it doesn't make sense to produce it any faster. Alright, so we should see holmium backing up over time. Which means now we should still be doing... I guess it's not really a measurable time frame here. We can check the trains visually, actually. Like this one. That's not good. There should be a train in the station. So the solid fuel is making a difference. We have a waiting bay here. I guess we need to move the waiting bay a bit more close by. Alright, so this is what we need. We need the next train to be waiting when this guy is getting unloaded. I guess then we do have the scrap situation updated. It should be 60k, about 60k. For science we need 54, so we are good on science. Ideally I would want a max capacity of 60k. Alright, so let's see. I think then... Okay, this guy is going. So the fourth rail from the top is not fast enough. The second rail from the top is not fast enough. The first one is, the third one then. Okay, the third one is fast enough. So the second and the fourth one is not fast enough. 2 and 4. That means I We'll need to delete these trains stuff as well. Alright, so before we do that, let's watch everything flow for a bit. So this is the recycling part. Red chips, concrete, ice cubes, steel, copper cable. All of the stuff that just gets trashed, all the byproducts which we need nothing of. And on this side we have the actual like sub-production stuff for science and rocket parts, where we make solid fuel into rocket fuel, and where we make extra batteries to make sure Holmium is the bottleneck, not batteries. We are scrapping low density structures for the components. Then we have the sciencey part. And then this is the rocket parts for Gleba. We have them in surplus here anyway. If I don't send them to Gleba, we will just be trashing them. Why is bottom battery belt not saturated? It will be saturated at some point. It takes a long time though. So the extra batteries should stop producing at some point. This side is gonna take a while though, because the belt is so long. It's gonna take forever to... Okay, it already backed up halfway, but the other side also still needs to back up. I did reconfigure this, so there might be some... I might need to do some more belt balancing here and there. In general, it's looking okay though. It stalls. Blue circuits are too dense. On the side loading sushi. It shouldn't be, because 2 red belts, even if they are full, they can fit on a green belt. And this is all green until it is split off again. It can be red from here again, I think. So it should be alright. Not as painful as sulfur on Vulcan. Yeah, okay, I agree. No, it is not so hard to make sulfur on Vulcanus. It is very annoying though, because you start with sulfuric acid, you just have to evaporate the fluid and you should have sulfur, but no. As you are splitting them apart straight after that. This should be okay. This is 2 red belts, and I only have 1 red belt of production. I don't really see the problem. As long as it's not backing up, we should be fine. We do want this to back up. Extra produced batteries, extra produced copper and plastics from low density structures, that we want backed up, because we only scrap as many as we need. And the iron from iron gears is backed up, so those should be backed up. Stone should be backed up. But this should keep flowing, always. We're not trashing it yet though, so it will disappear, and these blue chips are already disappearing. Alright, let me reset the trains here. I think I have my inventory set to automatically delete any rocket fuel. So We're gonna have to do this a little bit. With double speed. So many trains. Okay, those have solid fuel already. These two still have rocket fuel. I think these trains are a bit longer. This one still has rocket fuel. That might be it. Solid fuel, solid fuel, solid fuel, solid fuel. All of those are solid fuel now. So let's speed it up. I am not actually consuming rocket fuel anymore then. So we should see that go to 0 now. It was never a lot, but... Unless we are producing our rocket parts, I suppose. That corresponds to these two spikes. Alright, I think all the trains are running on solid fuel. So now we get to see... we need to switch on our Aquilo simulator perhaps. It does appear the trains are fast enough because the holmium ore backs up, which makes everything else back up as well. That looks very scary, but it's alright. It's designed to do that. Eventually, if we're not producing signs, the entire factory should switch off. Alright, so we gotta take a close look at the train stations. So if we have a short route like this one, the new train will come before this one is empty. And then the other one goes to the mining site. And there's always a full train waiting in the station, so that's good. It's a very short line. So there's only one passing area right at the unloading station really, and it's fast enough. The second one is good as well. This one is too long. That's probably one of the longer ones. So on rocket fuel it was fast enough, but now it's no longer. We've got an extra passing point over here. But since the trains are waiting here for a long time, we are mining straight into the wagons, by the way. It's already viable even with just 3 levels of mining productivity and some beacons. Let's go real time. It's not as fast as you are used to from mega bases, but still like 70 scrap. 70 scrap a second per mining drill is pretty respectable. It is way faster than unloading it with long-handed inserters, I can tell you that. It's not too bad. I probably want to make a waiting bay like that more close by. Not over here, so let's pause the game. If we do it around the halfway point, that will probably be a lot better. Since this length is alright. Let's make it here. Try to make it in a way that makes sense, scenically speaking. Just do a hard corner into here. Alright. We gotta do the signaling. I forgot exactly what I did. A rail signal here. And then rail signal here. And I think a rail signal... Yeah, a rail signal here as well. Because we don't care what's ahead. We just want to drive in. So I'm gonna replace that one. So here we do want to fully separate the track. We want this train coming in to just look if this waiting bay is free. If the waiting bay is free, then go in. And then at the end, we want the train to look, is the road, this is going to disappear, it's just going to be a single road. Is the road to the mining site free? If yes, then just go. On the way back, we want the train on the mining site just to look if this side of the waiting bay is free. If it's free, then it can go, and then this train can go to the mine. But this train we want that this train looks all the way in front. If this track is free, and if the waiting bay is free. So if this waiting bay is free, only then it can go. If this waiting bay is not free, then this train will get priority to drive out. So let's check if that is enough. Okay, so we got a train coming into the waiting bay now. It should stop. Okay, this can continue. Okay, that is... we gotta delete the old part. So this part, that's gotta go. Now this train can go. We delete all the signals here. Pause the game. So just by making the waiting bay a bit closer by, I hope that that'll do. Is that connected? I think it is. No signals should be here. There are no signals there. Alright. It's waiting. There is no train at the mine, so this guy will just blaze right through. As hard as you can blaze on solid fuel, it is. Well, there was a train at the mining site. Alright, that's now waiting here. That is good. Now this train can go to the mining site. Let's see which train will be back first. One from the right side. One from the right side is back first. They're about the same. Okay, that's good. The bay is in the right point. Now the question is, will a train arrive in the waiting bay before this is empty? I think it will. Okay, there we go. So that one is fixed. Speed it up a bit. See if it's reliable. Should be reliable. Train back. Train goes. Alright. So then we need train number 2. Wait, 2 and 4 it was, right? Okay, 2 is working. Maybe there's just maybe we need to add one more train to 2. wait, it's working because we are... Wait a second. It's working because we are backed up on holmium. So trash is not being trashed at full speed. So before we activate the high-tech piece of technology that is our Aquilo simulator, which is basically stashing a bunch of holmium plates and infinity chests and making them disappear. It should get everything flowing. Let's see if that should unclog everything. That should be... We are overestimating how much we need on Aquilo, but that should unclog this belt in a little bit of time. Any day now. Still 1800 SPM, so that's alright. Still a lot of backfilling going on. How about the other side? Okay, the other side is free. Is that on preferred or something? Wait, the other side is still backing up. We now have... we need... Ooh, this guy is not fast enough. Hey, Jamacha. Thanks for the raid. What were you streaming? We're getting to 1800 SPM on Fulgora. Factory as well, nice. Not enough outserters. Might be the case. I can just make all of them rare. It's overkill for science, but maybe not for bringing stuff to Aquilo. I guess I want to do my Aquilo system. I don't want to upgrade the entire belt. Don't have space for that because it needs to look scenic. How is Trash Planet going? Oh, multiplayer speedrun. Oh, that's nice. Trash Panel is going decently. Trying to figure out how I want to output more stuff here. I gotta do it somehow, so I guess we gotta have a more normal setup there. I'm not there in the map view, so map view editor mode. Right, we can pretend that we are filling the rocket silo with this stuff for now. And I guess now we are too fast, so only if there's at least like 20 holmium plates in the machine we can take them out. Guess only if it's like really like full. Read contents. Now these are idle. Till there's 50 plates in there. And then we'll start throwing them on the belt. Okay, Aquilo Simulator activated. I find out the foundry is not fast enough. It did work with the maybe we see something. Yeah, we start to see a little bit. Not reliably yet though. I just delete a bit so we can see what's going on. Will it back up back to the splitter, or will it be consumed further and further? This is the benchmark belt. We're really right on the... Okay, that was a lot of holmium. Holy moly. It does look like holmium is backing up. Still. Let's pretend we don't care about energy usage. I don't know why this is so fine-tuned. I also don't know how much overproduction I accounted for here. Let's just make it ridiculously fast for now. These are always active. Okay. Benchmark belt. Please disappear to the right. I'm not fully convinced yet. Hello? Disappear to the right. I need this to disappear to the right. I can just put a voider on that to test what I want to test though. Just want to know if this works. We're not doing 60k scrap yet, so there is not enough trains at the moment. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Let's check though. It is running now. I wanted to keep running. There's a lot of holmium coming from the top side. I guess the entire belt is full actually. And now it's empty. Okay, now we have that one as the benchmark belt. Let's see if it diminishes or not. And then here we want to look at if we want a train to arrive before the train leaves. So like this, not like that. So train 2 is not good. Train 4 we just tried to fix. Let's see if train 4 is actually fixed. Even though we're unloading constantly. Yes, okay, there's a new train for train 4. Let's check them all. Train 6. Yes. Arrives. Train 5. Arrives. Okay, there was something weird going on. No, this is not great. We're gonna be slower than 60k scrap a minute anyway, because I switched to solid fuel instead of rocket fuel. Now the trains are gonna go slower. Train switch is gonna be slower, even if this is the case. This accelerates slower to here. It takes longer for the signal to go green. This one takes longer to accelerate and then brake again. So we're gonna be slightly under. But we need 56k, so that should be good. If not, we'll have to do rocket fuel. It was just such a nice, elegant solution to not do rocket fuel. Right, I guess we'll add some waiting bays over here as well then. We know what to do now, it's fairly easy. It doesn't need to be all the way at the end. I think we can make one here. It looks like we have to do something like that. Alright. See if we remember. Split it off here. This one only looks ahead if this one is free. And here it's just check if the mine is free, check if the waiting bay is free, check if everything is free. It should easily fit 4 length trains, alright. That's a waiting bay added to that one. No, you can't find your way, don't give me that crap. That'll probably do, just so that the trains that exist. Yeah, that's fine. For 2. So 1 is good, 2 is good, 3. Come on, okay, there it is. Goes. 4. 4 is exactly alright. Oh, barely. Goes all the way out here. This one is going to be a doozy. This one is probably okay still. Okay, that one's okay. This one's not okay. And we're going to need a double waiting bay here. We already have the waiting bay here. We could try to move it. Or we could add a second one. Not exactly what I had in mind, but it will do. This is more difficult though, because there's a waiting bay on the top here as well. So that's going to require here over here. So that's going to require something new if I want to add one. Alright, so at the end again we want to look both ways for sure. The train that comes from the unloading station just needs to check if this waiting bay is free. Alright, but before it goes out, It needs to check if the two-way track is free again, so we need a chain signal. And here as well. And the second waiting bay has this as well. And then it again checks if the waiting bay is free. This one checks if the next waiting bay is free through chain signal on this side and then rail signal over here, so it can go here. It's actually not that hard. That should do the trick, and we might need to add one more train. 1, 2, 3. There's 4 trains on there currently. Alright, this train found a new trajectory. It is getting unloaded. It's going first. Okay, this one is just now arriving at the waiting bay. Alright, this one is going through. There's 3 fully loaded trains ready. Okay, this can go to the next one. This one can come here. This one goes mining and comes back. And this one now arrives. So let's see if something arrives here before this one is empty. And if that is the case for all of them. So now yes. I think there should be one more train perhaps. Second train. Okay, yes. Third train. Yes. Fourth train. It might be good already. Fourth train. Yes. Alright, so we don't need an extra train. We just need a train to drive more flexibly. Alright, so this side is completely good then. How is our benchmark bell doing? We are backing up on holmium still. I guess which is fine. Holmium solution is still full. So we are processing this fast enough. Despite this thing working faster. Now a 6 megawatt thing. Produces way too many plates. Okay, we need to go to the other side, but first let's tone this guy down a bit. So now it's just too funnily fast. It's still faster than we can take stuff out, so I suppose that's alright. Very important. Guess we should... Sorry about this. We should have them on the corners. Whatever. Alright. The other side of the trains is probably also not completely fine. Let's just go from... The shortest route is this one. This one is going to be fine for sure. I guess 2 trains could handle this over here. That train is already back. This guy now has to brake. Do I want to delete the train? Let's try deleting a train. And then this guy can just rush away and doesn't need to brake, and this guy can get in the station faster if the new train is... Yeah, the new train is back in time. So that's a 2-train job. But here is a 3-train job. Because this guy arrives before this guy drives away, so that's good. Rail number 3. A little bit longer still. but arrives in time as well. Rail number 4 seems to arrive exactly in time. Are we already driving? Already driving on the solid fuel. Rail number 4 arrives home. New train in the bay. Yes. Okay, train number 5. Please, please. Yikes. I think I need to slow that down to see that a little bit better. This train goes and this train comes. It's good. Yeah, that's good. It's exactly good, but it is good. Let's go one more time. 907, 543, 200. It goes. There's no train waiting, but the train that's coming in is good. It's even better because this guy just drives ahead. That's good. Okay, then rail number 1. Please tell me we have a similar situation. No, not quite. That train, that is too slow. Yes, that one comes in later. That guy has a way to go though. Goes pretty far up, and I did the waiting bay. It's like way too far. I think that's a case of moving the waiting bay. We can make a shortcut, maybe. I don't want to make a shortcut there. It looks nice. Can make a second waiting bay, perhaps. Is there another way out of here? I think that's the only way there. Oh no, we can cross like this. Okay, that's good. Stop. I'll just make an extra one. That'll fix it. Yes, this train checks if this is free. Then we need to check if the two-way track is free. The one that comes back needs to check if the waiting bay is free. And this guy then needs to check if the way to the home station is free. 4 length. 4 length, alright. Give me that crap. We'll just check at the station this time to see if the trains start coming in earlier now, like this. Let's see if it's consistent. Here so. So this is the maximum throughput we're gonna get on solid fuel. Then all the trains are timed correctly now. So we're gonna just keep it sped up for a bit more. Okay, holmium, we are stashing up holmium, but it's not that bad. I'm gonna delete it one more time. Back to the benchmark belt. Just so the scrap keeps moving. All of the belts are moving at all time. So how much scrap are we doing? That's a big difference though. It's more than 56k, so we're good. 56k scrap. I think the number was 54k scrap. We need 54k scrap, including Aquilo, and we're doing 56. 57. 56, 57. But that's a big fall from 60k flat. That's like 5%. We lost 5% of scrap recycling capacity because we switched to solid fuel, even though the train is waiting right here. That is pretty harsh. Second from bottom train waits on station while not unloading. I haven't read chat. Ah, this... okay, what's the problem with that guy? I think that needs a waiting bay as well then. Sharp eye, I didn't see that. So here the point is... train is coming back. Can we delete this train as well? I think we can delete this train. So will it be back in time? This train goes. I cannot say that is in time. Alright, so we do need a third train there. I think I have a blueprint still. That uses a rocket fuel though. Alright, so we need a waiting bay on this one as well. I mean... why not? Can we just go straight? It's a weird loop anyway. I think we had to do this because we cannot go this way. Yeah, we have to go around like that. Not there. Come on, I saw an option. Alright. That is that a 4th train length though? That might not be the case. Where are we? We are here. We can go a bit further. Ah, we have the weird... we need to make the weird turn. I don't know why, but that fits. We'll try it. Maybe it'll fit. Alright, this is a single waiting base. We only need to double check on this side. Let's go here. Here, go here. And check further. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that fits. That easily should fit. Alright. There's 3 trains. This now goes out to mine. The other goes in the waiting bay. This one will not be back in time. Oh, this is this the same? Is that considered the same? I think that was considered the same area. We have plenty of space, so let's do this. In and out goes in the bay. This is going to be annoying. See, it can still break in time. Not quite. Okay. That was dumb. We can't mine scrap into a locomotive, right? No, we can't. Alright. Okay, now it works correctly, I think. Second waiting bay. Come on. Train back. Yeah, easy. It's a short ride, but just slightly too long for a single one. That was a good spot from Telvin Fox. Thank you. See if it makes a difference in the grand scrap of things. Now pushing 57k scrap. This is just way too wavy. I think I checked the 1 hour graph before. That was wrong as well. But it looks like we are doing better now. Which means holmium is not getting consumed. And that means holmium is just gonna bottleneck the entire thing, which is fine. That was the intention. Oh god, what's going on here this time? Science is full. Yeah, science is absolutely chock full. Alright, that's good. That's a great moment to test if the system just starts up again after we don't use science. So now we are simulating, we're not using any science. Yes. One of the issues that could happen is stone running out. All the holmium is gonna... No, not the holmium, but all the stone is gonna get consumed. And then we can no longer make holmium plates. Okay, batteries is backed up on this side. I guess batteries will be backed up because holmium is... This is science has stopped and we're sending plates to Aquilo simulator, so there is a problem. So I should be scrapping batteries then. If I scrap batteries, Aquilo can research stuff without... I think post Aquilo everything is all science packs anyway, right? If so, then we don't need to do that. Let's just check the tech tree behind Aquilo and see if we see EM signs in every tech. Yes, 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 yes. No, but I'm not gonna research rocket part productivity anytime soon. Railguns we need, it's in there. Fusion reactors in there. The next technology is in there. Railgun damage, it's not in railgun damage. I don't think we'll need that though. We can just fly slower. We fly 1000 times faster anyway compared to a normal playthrough. It would be good good practice though to also trash batteries so Aquilo signs can run without EM signs. Avoid batteries for Aquilo signs run without EM signs run. I'm curious if it starts up now though, because the batteries now it's stuck with batteries and batteries are not going anywhere, so it might not start up anymore. Although, no, it will start up because we are gonna be consuming some accumulators. Yeah, it will start up again. So that should start moving. Somewhat again. Ooh, or will it? No, because of course we're out of holmium solution, because it might start up again after a long time. So that means we should be voiding batteries. If we are not voiding batteries, it could be a big problem. Voiding battery simulator 2000. Right, stuff is moving again. So hopefully holmium will become the bottleneck again now. It will take some time. Maybe we should stop Aquilo Simulator for a little. So that we don't void too much holmium solution. Okay, the pipes are filling up. Alright, normality restored, but yeah, we should be voiding batteries. Okay, so we have 3 things to do. We're not going to do those today. We have 4 things to do. We did test the trains on solid fuel. That's a check mark. We need to bring light oil to superconductors, and then we need to void the 3 things we are not voiding: low density structures, blue chips, and batteries. Surprisingly, we can maybe do the light oil thing. I think we're overproducing light oil here. We can now see the full amount of rocket fuel is being trashed. The full amount of solid fuel is being trashed here. We're not making any rocket fuel. Theoretically, this consumes 2.61 times 14. 36.54. And we're producing almost 64 over here. Let's say 63. So 26.46. On the other side, we're doing the same. We have an overproduction of 52 light oil per second. If we need less than 52 light oil per second, we can just connect the pipe. We need 14 light oil per second, so we can just connect the pipe. How are we gonna just connect the pipe though? Where is the pipe coming from? There is a free space here. which is reachable. Now here we need to kinda puzzle our way out of the system. I think we should meet up here with the other light oil. We got water on that side, which is a little annoying. I think we can fit a nice pump here. Probably don't need to pump that there. Alright. We have water coming over there. I guess... You know what? Asymmetric. Only this light oil is gonna be enough. We're gonna have a little bit less available for rocket fuel here. But not really. This is just, we're gonna use this slightly, ever so slightly harder. Yeah, we are not using the light oil from there, but how are we gonna scenically bring that down here? It's just not gonna happen, so it's fine. We should have it this way. That's fine as well. Yeah, I think we're all right. All right, we did get back to 1800 SPM. Now let's simulate deadlocking without sending plates to Aquilo. That means holmium should back up. That is what the base is designed to do, not batteries, but holmium. So you can see the holmium is coming. Looks like battery is still backed up though, because we probably had too much of a backlog still. Alright, so we definitely need to void batteries. It's not a luxury, we need to void them. Let's pretend we void them. We out priority to here, so we can send the rest in the void here. Thanks Southern Pretzel for the 5th month of Jeff Bezos money. Visions of the future. Yeah, the streams are like half a year ahead of the series. The plan is that around the time that the streams end, the series will have caught up. That is the hopes and dreams. If it's realistic, I don't know. This one might also be good enough for just a 2-train thing. Ah, no, it's not. Alright. That's the entirety of it then. Okay, so now we're avoiding batteries. This is already backed up completely. Even the trains will stop recycling. Okay, there we go. Completely idle. This will take a bit more time because the holmium belt is so long. Guess we're gonna wait for that. I don't think it's realistic, but don't say it out loud. Oh dang it, it's almost 3 o'clock. I should probably stop soon. This was just a quick stream. 5 hours already, oops. Alright. Log it up, Simulator 2000. Faster. Alright. Now this side is gonna clog up as well. After the holmium finally backs up. So now the entire base is clogged up. And scrap production goes down to 0. Alright. Alright, so we have stopped the flying signs to Norvis. Now we're gonna research the mech armor or something. Probably not the mech armor, but one can always dream. Let's start flying signs to Norvis again. And see if everything starts up again. And if it does this time, we'll call that a statistically significant sample size. And call it good, and don't look at it anymore until we actually build the base. Alright, we do get like big sections of semi outputs, but that's to be expected. It is not going to run super smoothly again because holmium will stay backed up, but we should start producing signs again at 1800 SPM from nothing. Very wavy, is still going upward though. Currently what's holding us back is batteries, I think. This stuff will take a while to arrive again. It's not as smooth as I would like, but that's alright, because if we stop producing signs, these chests will fill up. And we can fit like, I think about 300k signs in there. So we will not see a dip in the signs graph on Norvis. think this side is running as smoothly as it will again. At least the thrashing part did not get clogged up so far. How is the rare steel thing doing? Okay, not too bad. Okay, that does look like a full belt again. Not quite. Accumulator still needs to back up. Okay, I guess we don't really want to void batteries now. We want the batteries to back up on the belt. That was the mistake. We want the belt, this belt to stay full with batteries, but we want to void the batteries. Like if the belt is full to here, we just void the rest. And of course don't produce any additional ones. Right, so that put a spanner in the works of my restart up. Shouldn't have been voiding those batteries. Okay, there's a flaw in the send rocket parts to Gleba plan. If this science pack isn't running, we are not producing blue chips and low density structures. Alright, you know what? Let's solve it the not solving way, or the Michael way, I suppose. Whenever we are not running EM signs, and we will simply fly the rocket parts in from Northeast as we're doing right now. It's not great, but it's something. We can set filters on the spaceship from Northeast, which brings the Gleba signs, so that it retains the low density structures, blue chips and rocket fuel on board. And we can manually flick that if we stop researching with EM signs. I cannot believe that that didn't even come to mind once yet during all of the designing and thinking I did about this stupid build. I'm too stubborn and I want it to work. So we're gonna force our way through it. When EM science is not running, that was a great remark by the way. Send rocket parts to Gleba from Novis. I refuse to make stuff on Gleba. Revenge from the new player experience. Flick on. Requests to retain rocket part ingredients from Bringer of Independence, because that's the ship's name. Alright, that's fairly important. Science. Yes, 1800 science a minute. Okay, we're back. Takes a while to start up. About an hour to become reliable. I think that's due to these giant belts over here. So perhaps I should have moved the entire thing over to somewhere over here. But no, it is the way it is. We have plenty of space left over. We still need to void a couple things, but given that red chip voiding was this large, I think blue chip voiding should be alright. What we've learned from red chip voiding is that we're definitely not going to do blue chip voiding this way. We're just gonna scrap it into parts and scrap those parts into more parts until there's nothing left but dust. Instead of doing the build scrap cycle like this. It does work for like iron and stuff, but not for stuff which breaks down into 6 different parts. Also, blue chips need sulfuric acid and we don't have any. Alright, that's a success, I would say. Let's make a rudimentary blueprint of everything. And then we just snap it to a grid so we know where to place it in our actual world. And that is Fulgora not quite done. Almost done. We need blue chip avoiding, LDS avoiding, and battery voiding, and that's all. Hey Colonel Will, thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody, and we're about to stop as well. What you're looking at now is an impression of Cthulhu against the Kraken. They have a massive fight with all this kind of tentacles and whatnot. Some people would call it an 1800 signs per minute Fulgora base, but that's only if you don't have any imagination and if it's not 3 o'clock at night. So now we have snapped this to the grid so we can actually build it later on. We already had this version without the base, that was just the train stations. Now we have a base in the middle. So this is what a Fulgora and Mega base is going to look like. Let's just go on this one. This is what Fulgora Mega basing looks like when you don't have a lot of productivity, research and bonuses and whatnot. We're making 1800 signs packs per minute. The hard way. We have 12 trains coming with scrap. We don't have fast inserters either because reasons. Straight into recyclers. That goes in here. The entire thing is holmium ore limited, so only when we're using holmium for signs the entire thing is running. And it automatically stops when we're not using EM signs. That was the idea. Scrapping the 4 ingredients we don't need. Concrete, steel, red chips and copper cable. Those are not required for signs. We're melting the ice into water. We're making the solid fuel into rocket fuel. The other 6 ingredients are parts of signs. Stone and holmium ore for the fluids. The rest gets trashed for stone. Holmium ore does not get trashed. Batteries flows in. We're making more batteries because we are actually batteries is the bottleneck, but we can make more of those, whereas holmium we cannot make more. So we are doing the stupid thing of making sulfuric acid from heavy oil, don't ask, and making extra batteries to supplement. Then the blue chips, low density structures and rocket fuel go to the rockets. Blue chips also go here. For the green chips, recycling it straight into the super capacitors. Again, no fast inserters, don't ask. Red chips go back to be voided. We get the copper cable and plastics from recycling some low density structures, voiding the steel and sending the rest to batteries and the super things over here. And we have a copy of that on this side, including the most diagonal natural spawn you probably ever saw. That's a perfect diagonal line for I don't know how many tiles. Must be at least 50 or so. Alright, that's the base. I think we're gonna call it at that. So we doubled science from the last time. Switch over the minimap so we can see more belts. That's the base. Let's save it. I only have the pre-test save, so would be a bad one to forget. So who should we raid next? Let's find another person which is about to go sleep as well. For the Twitch side at least. Who is still on at this hour? I guess it's a normal hour in other parts of the world, but still. Quick look. Oh, JD Plays is on. Multiplayer speedrun server to join. Alright. Let's go to JD Plays then. And you might be able to join even if you are in the mood. For the YouTube side though, you won't automatically get taken to JD Plays. The Twitch side will go over there. Thanks everybody for hanging out. It is a lot more manageable to design these things on stream, like for my brain. It's a little bit slower than doing it by yourself, but it's a lot more fun. And the result is actually quite nice. Aesthetically pleasing, somehow. The rockets will fly up over the science production. That's gonna be nice. Alright, I'm out. Thanks everybody for watching, and hopefully I'll see you all next time.